Yeah. I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it, it's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. My time, watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it, it's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
Welcome everyone to the fifth iteration of the FSL Wild Rift Open, powered by Intel and Yahoo. My name is Infinity, and together with me is Dash. And Dash, it's been a long while since we've last casted a game, and now we're here for FSL.
Actually, I'm excited to see how these ladies would be able to fight against each other. Especially, we had the recent patch 3.5. So there's a lot of changes, a lot of adaptations that our players are going to be doing. And Infinity, like what you said, it's been a long while and I kind of miss casting with you. But now I'm excited to see how they're going to be playing together today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. So before we jump into the series, before we jump into the games, let's actually look at the brackets here for FSL Wild Rift Open 5. Who's the teams? What are the teams doing? And who's on the upper bracket and in the lower bracket, Dash?
Ooh, interesting. We have Chasing Dreams Pikachu D35, MXH Lotus Ladies, and the lower round one. We do have MDH Esports Sharper, No Name, and Roy Esports Ladies. And what we're going to be watching for today on our stream is going to be the last one there on our bracket, No Name versus Roy Esports Ladies.
Yeah, and this is a best of 3 series, so it's a race to 2 wins for this matchup that we have on No Name versus Roy Esports Ladies. And Dash, I'm excited. This is No Name and Roy Esports Ladies. We've all known Roy Esports in Season 3 of the FSL Wild Rift Open, wherein they came in second place. And now the question is, can they reach that far once again?
Yeah, some of them, especially on the other side too, because this are both Vietnam teams. We have a full Vietnam roster on both sides, so this is gonna be like a civil war for them. But here, we do have a lot of players that almost is the first time taking part in the FSL on the side of No Names. So will their inexperience rather, be a hinder to them, or would that give them power? That is what I want to see, because Roy Esports Ladies have been here since Open 1, so they're very experienced against all of the teams here in the FSL.
Yeah, although what I'm fearful for is that No Name and Roy actually already met in the upper brackets, where No Name won 2-0 up against Roy Esports Ladies. So the question is, can Roy Esports change this pathway or change this history that they've met before and defeat No Name in the series in the lower bracket? Are there going to be changes in this series today? But Dash, as you've stated a while ago, patch 3.5 has recently been released for League of Legends Wild Rift. Are there anything we need to expect in this new patch?
Honestly, we have seen a lot of our players on the WCAO2. A lot of the meta is being defined by them, and what I like about that meta is that Yone and Gwen are still on the top. When it comes to the banning, when it comes to the picking, they're always going to be on top, and something that I would look forward to every time. I was a non-believer of this champion before, but I am now a believer of Ziggs, and Ziggs has been very strong during the last parts of the tournament for WCAO. So I'm expecting the same thing here in the FSL Wild Rift Open 5.
Yeah, and it's crazy how, you know, the meta has evolved, how champions have evolved all throughout patches, and just recently, right, Ziggs wasn't in the meta per se. There were ADCs coming into the Rift, rather more priority for these teams. And now, as you've stated, Ziggs is a really good champion, is an evergreen champion to pick up because of the damage
Every
capacity
time.
of this champion.
Yep.
So really, really amazing. As you've stated, I'm looking forward to these champions as well. And what I'm looking into are the picks and bans. We're now here
Ooh.
for game number 1, series number 1, No Name versus Roy Esports Ladies.
Yeah, and we have the bands coming in together already, Infinity. And like what we said, it's almost the same bands here, but I like the fact that they have been focusing. Look at how Roy Esports Ladies are been focusing bans on the support. Nautilus and Galio, without that is going to be... This forced them to use the Gragas because at least now, without the others, they can use this. But Karma is still up, so I think that is a potential pick here for Roy.
Yeah, that could be picked up by Roy Esports Ladies. Karma right now is very strong when it comes to utility. You have shields, you have extra movement speed for your team, and you also have Tether and the ultimate that could CC lock enemy champions. So that is an option for Roy Esports Ladies. And as you've mentioned, I like the Gragas first pick here from No Name a while back because of the flexibility it provides for the whole draft on this team.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that nobody picked the Yone first pick. Because
Right.
Yone is available and nobody has been picking Yone. I was expecting them to go for the Yone first pick at least, but it's understandable that No Name went in for the Gragas because they don't have a lot of support options. But without, at least the Yone would be very helpful on this composition because at least Yone late game really, really strong. The investment that they need here would be great, and picking up the Shyvana is okay because what they want to do here from Roy is that they want a lot of damage.
Yeah, and they're looking to go for mid to late game. They have Shyvana that could scale really, really well towards the end of this matchup or the end of this game. But for No Name though, they're locking onto Lee Sin, they're locking onto Vex. That states a signal that maybe they're going for early mid game.
Interesting. Interesting. You don't see a lot of Vex during the last any of the last community of the last tournaments, and I'm really surprised that they went in for it because with the Vex onto the bot lane against Solution, it's a really hard matchup because yes, Solution has a lot of dashes, the passive would be up a lot longer, but the problem with the Vex is that Vex doesn't deal a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of wave clear until the mid points of the game.
Yeah, and that is something that we have to look forward to. Like, how would this Vex play it out all throughout the game with Lee Sin into the draft as well? They're going in for more of a balanced type of scenario. You have sort of the early game champions, the mid game champions. So what would be the route that No Name is going to take for this draft? And so far, as we've expected, Karma was open a while ago. Roy Esports is gonna lock it in. And now when it comes to bans, they're banning away Caitlyn, they're banning away Ezreal up against No Name. And on the other hand, you have Darius removed by No Name.
A Garen or a Renekton isn't a bad pick for Roy on this side because if they are needing someone who could potentially control the fight for them because they won't have enough damage, but I'm looking to the point that Roy Esports Ladies need more CC because they have a lot of damage already with Illusion and Shyvana. The CC would just help probably wrap things up for this team.
Yeah, CC, crowd control, something we need to look forward to now, Roy Esports Ladies. For the fourth pick, who is it going to be? Because Ziggs has been banned, has been removed in this draft for both teams.
Interesting. A good
No way!
answer there was the Ziggs ban because they picked up the Vex, but I'm surprised, Infinity, because with the Seraphine, I'm not pretty sure what they want to go for here. With the Seraphine and the Karma, yes, they have some CC. The Transcendent Embrace of the Encore is great, but who's gonna help out Shyvana? They need someone to help out Shyvana in front.
Yeah, look at the Baron lane. This is something that they're missing so far because having a Karma Seraphine doesn't really shout damage in the late game. They're going in for more of a funnel because they have Shyvana. They have this champion that could really carry the whole team, and I think that is what they're pivoting for this draft in this game 1.
Honestly, Infinity, Garen could have been great if it was the fourth pick for the side of Roy Esports, then pick something else as a support, or rather as a mid laner, because they would really need someone to hold the bars for Shyvana too. But with the Garen, they're both running in. Yes, they have some movement speed and some sustain from the Seraphine and Karma. That's great. I hope that they would be able to pull this off. But on the other side, it's way more... I can see that this is way more balanced. No Name, this composition is way more balanced because they have the balance of CC and they have the investment of late game with the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're looking for. You're looking for CC. They lock it onto Braum, especially when you're considering that the enemy team has Shyvana, has Garen. These are melee champions, and Braum would be so significant to pop off the passives of Braum, especially with the Corki in their draft.
Yeah. I hope that this Corki would be able to pop off because honestly, with their composition, without a lot of dashes on the side of Pro Esports ladies, whenever the package is up, it would be hard for them to get close to the members of No Name. That's why I think this pick for the Braum and also the Corki is such a great one for them because they know they would be able to zone out the members right there of Pro Esports.
All right, we are almost there for game number 1, Dash. I'm excited. This is the first game broadcasted for FSL Wild Rift Open 5. Of course, thank you very much once again to Intel and Yahoo for powering this tournament. And Dash, what are we looking at from early game, mid game from both these teams?
I can see that the early game would be really on the hands of No Name. What's great about their composition is that they have the Lee Sin and they don't really need a lot of item breakpoints for them to be relevant. So that is something to look forward to for the side of No Name. But Roy Esports, they would need a lot of items in order for them to deal the damage that they would need to. Yes, the Garen is there, but Shyvana and the Illusion is the bigger chunk of the damage and they need at least at least two items for them to have that.
All right, so expectations, No Name, early game. And as for Roy, we're looking at mid game, late game for this team. Shyvana to be able to scale. And so far, we're seeing a similar type of scenario from what we've seen in the past in patch 3.4, now transitioning into patch 3.5, wherein the support is going elsewhere. The support is roaming around the map, and the ADC is standalone in the bottom lane, just farming on lanes, farming experience and gold.
Yeah. With their farms, they would be needing it for the side of Roy Esports. Here, they just need to stall the game if they want to win this, because having two utility, or rather having two utility supports and two DPS, they would need to farm a lot in order for them to get that. But if they would be able to, that would be great for Roy. But No Name, they will just need to hold on to the early game. The first objective is when they would dominate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Rift Herald could be expected for No Name to want to finish this game very early on, but in an individual matchup, Dash, in Illusion versus Corki matchup, how would that look like later on?
Working the late game is way stronger, because remember, just because of the sheer damage and also magic damage from the Corki would be pretty nice, but the Lucian early to mid game would be a pretty easy matchup for the Lucian. The hero, we're going for a fight.
Decent, going to go through. The smite is there. The steal will be locked in by Roy Esports. Looking to go for the respawn, but will not pull through as No Name just gets the blue buff on Sky.
Nice shield from No Name. 21. The reason why they were able to survive there, and they were able to steal it too. That is what you need whenever you're fighting against a Shyvana. Try to make sure that their jungling facing is not going to be pretty easy to do.
Yeah, and so far Lee Sin has been proving like the early game dominance of No Name. This is what we've talked about a while ago, how No Name's power in this early matchup would be so prevalent. And as a Shyvana, you really want to go in and farm heavily early on, heavily in mid game as well, to be able to get those items that you've talked about, that.
But they will be able to reach those item breakpoints. The only thing that they need to wait for here for the side of No Name is going to be the Corki. So they need to wait for the Corki to get the items that they need. But here, on the side of Roy, what they need is for them to at least hold on. Fight back when they can, because Delusion is something that they would need, because the first item for Delusion is also important. So on the first objective, their ultimates are going to be big, and they need to make sure that they would be able to hit them.
Yeah, those CCs coming in from Shyvana, from Seraphine, from Karma for Roy Esports ladies. And as for No Name, they have Braum, they have Gragas and Vex. So pretty much these are a lot of team fight ultimates that they could use later on. But Lee Sin, once again, very aggressive playstyle. They're going through 1v1 up against Shyvana, but Garen uses the flash, silence onto Lee Sin, uses up the ultimate from Shyvana as well. But now they come back with Vex going in for the fear onto Shyvana. Oh, that might be taking him down, but not enough. No kills secured.
Yeah, they're still not done with the fight, but Roy would still want to take this red buff, but what they don't know though, Zunisha, I think this is too close.
Although no ultimates ready for Zunisha, so that would be a no-go for Roy Esports ladies. And No Name once again just goes for the jungle invade without any trades from Roy.
With this, what we're starting off for No Name, they are really confident that they would be able to take the members of Roy, especially on this fight where they do have the advantage because Roy at this point don't have the ultimate. Dragon's Descent isn't up for Legon, so they need to wait for that to come up before they fight against the objective.
Yeah, and it's gonna take time. It's 4 minutes and 30 seconds already on the clock. Mountain Drake and Rift Herald will spawn up soon. And this is going to be disgusting if we don't see those ultimates ready, especially when it comes to team fight, wherein all of these things are significant.
Yeah. With this, 15 seconds, seeing the priority. Most of the teams have been prioritizing the Rift Herald a lot because they don't want the pressure around the map more rather than the extra stats that most of these dragons give. And considering that it's a Mountain Drake too, it's really hard to take it down pretty fast. So Rift Herald, with the timing right, Roy Esports ladies are placed well on this fight.
Yeah, and there we go. The tether is there. The root locks in onto Braum, forces out the flash over the wall. And now 21 is in danger. Very low HP state. But Roy Esports ladies is just playing dance up against No Name.
Yeah, Rift Herald, low on HP. No Name still just pulling it back. They do have some vision on this part of the map. That's why Roy Esports ladies haven't been pushing forward. And they know, they respect the members right here of No Name.
Look at the mid lane
damage that they can give, but they're taking the tower in the mid lane, as you said.
Forcing out the culling to clear out the ways. No ultimates for Lucian for the foreseeable future so far. The root is there. Dragon's Rage.
Oh,
Dragon's
Dragon's
onto
Rage.
Zanisha in the back. But Vex will not connect the ultimate. And now Braum, Vicious Fisher onto Karma. Knockoff is there. Forcing out the flash. The Sin is in danger. Very low. Shyvana uses up the Dragon's Descent into the fight. And now Braum is 1 HP. Uses up the flash. Secures it.
20.
But Legon will be traded. And 20 gets the kill.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, and that's gonna be a good start for Roy Esports ladies. They needed to get that kill. The aggression from Legon almost got them too. But we've seen there how Roy Esports ladies play this fight. No Name needs to be careful because the spacing that Roy Esports ladies are scary. So right now, they can still fight for this next objective.
Yeah, although you don't have ultimate for Legon, you don't have ultimate for Zanisha, no ultimate for Cat as well. So when it comes to objective taking, No Name has the advantage.
Now, especially Legon positioned pretty well. Mountain Drake is the one that the members of No Name are starting. And because they caught wind of that, I think they won't be able to chase this, except if they would be able to stop with 18.
They could trade, they could get killed. They could potentially go for it. The fear is there onto Cat, but opt to go back. Not gonna pull through. No all-in from Roy.
The Shadow Surge was up from 23. I think that is an angle for No Name to go in. But because it's really fast, remember, it's a Shyvana we're talking about. Shyvana has a really great clear compared to the Lee Sin. So that's why 22 tried to pressure as fast as she could during the early game. But right now, looking at the gold, we know that Legon is gaining the advantage compared to No Name.
Yeah, and you talked about a while ago, the first item of Lucian is going to be very important. And now Nyx bought in onto Maramune. Is that going to be significant here?
Yeah. Interesting, they went for the Manamune for Nyx. Because with the Manamune and the Kraken Slayer, yes, they would have tons of damage. And considering that Kraken Slayer also scales, this must be pretty nice. I hope this is a good direction because I was expecting a lot more crit from Nyx.
And that's also the same expectations that I had. This is going to be interesting. I think Roy Esports is heavily relying on towards the mid game, late game type of scenario because the Manamune scales pretty well towards building up that damage later on, so you could deal a lot of skills in a short amount of time. But right now, in the mid lane, just a 3-man roam for No Name, and Roy Esports ladies is there to defend.
Just want to start this off. If ever this build, like what we were talking about a while ago, Infinity, if they're gonna be transitioning back to at least a Blade of the Rune King, the Black Cleaver, and more flat damage for next, I think this would be good overall, just because they don't really have a lot of frontline from No Name, so gaining the flat damage is also gonna be important for them.
All right, we'll see though. The root is there onto 23.
Ooh, that damage, man.
Yeah, from a second, you already have half HP damage onto Vex, and that's not looking that great.
Yeah. I hope this would be a good direction for No Name, especially because right now without the tower on the top side, Rip Herald has been popped already. They need to take down the tower somewhere else. But because of the fact that they have a lot of wave clear from Zunisha and Cat, it would be a really hard way to go for. So No Name needs to be careful. I forgot to point that out, Infinity. They don't have a lot of wave clear onto 20, so that's why they're going to the bot lane.
Oh, they're going for this fight. Shivani uses Dragon's Descent onto the backside, kills on 21. He's in, comes to respond, but it's too late. But they're going back in. The Dragon's Rage under the turret, but Legan uses the flash in the brink of time. Won't be able to save herself. That is a 1-for-0 trade.
Good thing that Legon did have the flash during that time. They needed that flash, and they weren't able to get it in the end. And now, Roy Esports ladies, this is looking like their game because they have been pretty safe. 10 minutes in the game, and we only have 3 kills overall. This is not looking good for No Name.
Yeah, Roy Esports is here to change history. Yes, you've defeated us in the upper bracket 2-0, but now we're here to dominate. And so far, the confidence with this ladies are so much in this game 1.
They are really confident. Roy Esports, they just need to take this next Rift Herald. With the way that Legon is built right now, I think she can just tank a lot of this damage from their members. So No Name needs to be careful right now. 20 doesn't have the items, and even with the rapid and step up on 23, we need to see a big shadow surge, or at least a great start for them to go for the fight. The personal space is a key on how they're going to be starting this.
No Name can contest this. 22 is back into the base, and Roy Esports ADs is going quick on the Rift Herald. They secure it uncontested. Yeah.
They backed away, tried to reset before they started the fight, and that's not a good decision, especially if you're fighting against Legon.
It's a 3-man room.
Always ready. Great hold. What?
Oh, that was scary. Zunisha,
yeah.
If they used up the ultimate, the encore,
Yeah.
that could have been a triple.
Yeah, could have been a kill. The encore could have hit them, the 3 of them, but they weren't aware that that's gonna happen. That's why they were also surprised, and also no vision on that part of the map. Infinity, that's why they played it safe.
Yeah, they didn't have information on the brush, which means there is such a huge risk into going for an all-in. But right now, Roy Esports ladies is going for a dance up against No Name once again. Ocean Creek is alive. No Name has information. They have a ward into the Dragon's Pit.
21 used heal. They don't have a heal. They can start this fight anytime they want to, Infinity.
Yeah, and they're going in for the redemption and chat for Esports ADs to get back up their HP. But once again, Roy pivoting themselves into the mid lane, looking for that tier 1 turret with the Rift Herald there. This could be easy. This could be quick.
Yeah, they don't need anything else. The Rift Herald won't be able to hit. And even if they take down the bot lane turret, that's 2 towers in the mid lane if ever they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And the value of the mid lane is just so much compared into the side lanes. And Roy Esports ladies has secured 2 turrets immediately in quick succession. And even then, Rift Herald gets to charge onto the inhib turret.
No, Roy Esports, they're taking this fight pretty seriously and they want to go for more. This is going to be the Ocean Drake fight, but look at the backline, Infinity.
Yeah, they're going for all in. Body slam onto Cat. He puts up the flash, explosive gas, but the backlines, as you stated, Lee Sin is there to disrupt Roy Esports ladies. And now that's already a 2 kill onto No Name. They make it 3, and Zunisha is down, but Nick's the only one alive. No Name turn things around.
They lost their tower and they weren't expecting that to happen. No Name, they didn't have vision in the blue buff. That's why they were able to get a great Dragon's Rage from 22. They were patient even if they gave their tower in the mid lane. That was a big fight that they needed to win.
Yeah, and even then, Roy Esports Ladies, you actually have a huge injection of gold, but we have the 4 kills. We had the Ocean Drake, and now you're in danger because we're stacking on our buffs. We're stacking on those kills.
Yeah, package is up. I hope they would find a kill or a fight here onto the hands of No Name, because this is a big thing that they got, and they need to find something with the package. But I think they're going for the top lane just for them to zone out the members of Roy Esports.
Could potentially be. I mean, they have a format roam on top side, looking heavily on that top lane, and removing on those visions are going to be very important, especially at this point in time. 14 minutes into the game, you have Baron Nashor alive. Those minute changes and those minute mistakes can change the whole game.
With that, we're starting. Roy Esports Ladies, they need to go for this fight if ever they want to, but with what we're seeing right now from No Name, I do hope that we see a lot more of those. But with the towers down in the mid lane, this just gives Roy Esports Ladies the opportunity. And if we think about it, what they did a while ago, even if they lost the dragon, it's okay because they have the space that they need in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Roy Esports League, once again, defending into the mid lane. No Name having huge pressure. Look at 22 though,
No
going in
vision
for the
again.
Dragon's Rage. Sonic Wave gets the hit onto Cat. And Redemption's end chat giving a lot of
Shadow
sustainability,
Shirts!
but Vex just jumps in to the backside. They get the kill. Stasis end chat to buy time, but that is just a statement of that. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Is that a word? They went in just for them to get the kill with a Shadow Surge, but I thought they would be able to push a tower right there. That is like, the value has been cancelled kill. And now onto the side, No Name still grasping straws. They want to get some towers, but right now they still can't because the amount of wave clear that Roy has is just so large.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It's questionable when it comes to value, right? Because it is a mid laner traded for a support. Is that valuable? Is that important? We'll see, because so far I'm not looking into that. But I have a quick question, Dash. A while ago, we talked about the late game. We talked about Shyvana towards the late game for our esports ladies that could carry the team. And as for No Name, you talked about Corki, who would scale very well towards that late game.
Yeah.
Who are we looking at in this stage in 16 minutes? Who's going to be the better team? Who's going to be the better champion at this point in time?
Right now, if we're gonna be looking at the items infinity, I think Legon has reached their item breakpoint already. So this is when we'll see more of the Shyvana. Because remember, Shyvana also scales throughout the game with her passive. So that is when most of her damage is just gonna be too much for No Name to handle. And considering, yes, they have 3 melee champions, which are easy targets for Legon, I believe that Shyvana would be the better champion here.
Alright, we're looking at Legum right now. 22 jumping through. The Encore is there. A charm. Followed up by the root, but Vex comes in to the backside. No fear though. Now Shyvana just jumped over the wall. Nyx going for the culling, but it's not enough. The pin down coming in from No Name. They lost 21, and Roy Esports is on the precipice of success in this team fight. They get the triple already, and No Name has 23 and 18 left. But those 2 members will not suffice, as Roy Esports Ladies still have their junglers up.
Roy wants to take this revenge, and they are taking it right now with that game. 2k gold lead. Yes, this is not that big, but we can definitely say that they have the advantage. They have the Baron, and they have the towers down. They can take anything they want against No Name, and No Name wouldn't be able to answer back.
And this is looking quite scary, Dash. No Name has inhib turret left in the middle lane, and Roy Esports Ladies is there to have all turrets left aside from the bottom lane, wherein they have lost 1 turret. So this is not looking that great for No Name.
Yeah, No Name really struggling right now when it comes to that department, and I can see that Roy Esports Ladies would really need to make sure that this game is gonna be theirs, because they have this tower down, they have the Hull Breaker onto the Garen. It would be an easy tower takedown, and even their Infernal Drake is up. They just need to deny it against No Name, but with the space that they have Infinity, this is gonna be an easy take for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Roy Esports Ladies, Shyvana at this point in time, really strong, along with Nyx. They could duo the Infernal Drake, and that could be easy, and No Name would have so much difficulty, because if you're looking at the map, you
Guardian
have
Angel.
Darren, who's pushing on
Oh,
top,
the
but
steal!
still, No Name gets the steal
Wow!
on the Infernal Drake. 22, what a play.
What a great play from 22. Time and time again, but top lane.
Garen is in danger, going for the 2v1.
what?
They still get the kill, the outplay from Garen. They still get the trade in.
Woohoo! Did much injustice, but they're not done just yet.
Encore charms onto Lee Sin, follows up with a Glacial Fisher, knock up onto Zanisha. But now 22 is in danger, has to dash away.
Next.
Nyx going through with the
Wow.
passive, puts 20's HP at a very low state, and that red buff almost scratched 20's life, but still the Stasis Enchant bought time, bought him a second chance. But Roy Esports Ladies know their capacity. They've already taken 2 inhib turrets, they're resetting.
Next, at a pretty scary stage, she deals so much damage. Just honestly, most of the time I've seen Nyx, she always just throws the culling, and that's enough value for the team because almost all of the amount of AoEs that they have, Zanisha and Kat do deal more damage just because of the fact that they have been hitting their skills so much. And the problem with No Name is that they can really get close onto the backline of Rogue Esports Ladies because that amount of slows that these two do, Zanisha and Kat, it's just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now though. Roy Esports Ladies is looking to go for ganks, looking to go for plays and pickoffs. And remember, No Name has 3 dragons in the bag. If they take Elder Drake, this is going to be their winning condition.
I hope this would be the chance, Infinity, because right now, look at this, Dragon's Descent.
Dagon, Dragon's Descent onto 20. That's the Dragon's Rage
Nice
over the wall,
flash.
but still secures the kill. And Corki is now down. The carry for No Name is gone. And Roy Esports Ladies is looking to pivot for the Elder Drake, might potentially take it down.
Yeah, with that, they can take the Elder Drake, and they have it. Right now, Infinity, this is going to be easy for them to go for, because, you know, it's just Shyvana and Nyx, and they can just zone out the members, and I think 22 doesn't have the time.
Let's see though. Remember, the confidence on 22 is just off the charts.
no.
But Roy Esports Ladies going to secure the Elder Drake uncontested with Garen and Karma going to be the zoner
Baron
of this
too?
team.
Yeah, they can take the Baron to Infinity, because right now, with Roy Esports Ladies and the state that they're in, with the Elder Drake, they can get away with taking the Baron, but they won't need it, because with the Elder Drake, you can just finish this game.
Absolutely, Roy Esports Ladies is looking to punish the last inhibitor alive for No Name. The bottom lane looking dangerous.
Oh,
the
the
root
whole-
is there onto 22. Braum goes in for the quick respond though. The Dragon's Rage double man knock up the Stasis Enchant for Lee Sin. Buy some time, but Garen jumps through. The Mash and Justice secures the kill. Already a 2-man down for No Name. And Roy Esports Ladies secures the last inhibitor left. The Nexus is now open. 18 and 23. There to
23?
defend, but they're gone. Their life is diminished. And
Stasis?
Roy Esports Ladies is looking to finish the game as they strike first in the lower bracket.
They got the win, and that is what they needed. And Roy Esports Ladies, yes, we said a while ago that No Name won against them, but right now they know the answer for No Name, and that is just the confidence that they had. Looking at the stats, we have seen Ligon just popping off during the whole game, and the amount of damage that they have to deal is so much. We said a while ago, the longer this game goes, the scarier it is for No Name.
Yeah, and they're going in for the funnel draft. Remember what we talked about a while ago in the pick and bans. They're going in for Seraphine. They're going in for Karma because they will have extra sustainability. They will have a lot of utilities to funnel in onto Ligon, to funnel in onto Nyx, to funnel onto these carries. And so far, it has proven them benefit in this game 1.
Yeah, Indonesia is just too strong during this game. Most of the time, whenever they hit a hold from Zunisha, then the encores are really great, and that's why she could potentially be, even if Ligon was the carry here, low-key, Zunisha was the one helping out the team so much just because she was able to get a lot of value with the low amount of CC that they had. It's like they had a lot of CC just because Zunisha was able to hit a lot.
Yeah, and on top of all that, Zanisha's damage was insane towards that mid game. Those roots like puts down the HP of Vex at half HP consistently
Yeah.
each and every single time, and that's just the power of this team. I think Roy Esports ladies at this point, we're at the lower bracket and we're here to change history. We're here to change, what has become from the upper bracket wherein No Name defeated us 2-0. We're here to change that.
Yeah, and we're here to put you down with us. And I think they are going to be putting down No Name if ever they have this momentum going into the second game. Because right now, with them just going for this late game composition and being left unpunished during the whole time, it was easy enough for them to get there. And I like the fact that Ligon and Nyx just were able to swoop in because Zanisha, like what you said, yes, with the items, with the CC that they hit after half HP, enough to swoop in. Even the Demotion Justice was scary at that point. And right there, I think No Name needs to change up a bit of their strategies.
All right, we'll see though how that would affect the draft, the picks and bans towards this game too. But for now, we're gonna take a short break, but don't go away because when we come back, it's match point towards Roy Esports ladies.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wild Rift Open 5 by FSL, powered by Intel and Yahoo. My name is Infinity, and this is Dash. Once again, we are your casters of this tournament. And for this next game, we're already on match point. Dash for Roy Esports Ladies.
And we've seen the power of Roy Esports Ladies with their composition a while ago, Infinity. This was really great. I was honestly doubtful at first because they don't have a lot of CC, but it didn't matter in the end. But right now, No Name needs to do some work. They need to adapt to what happened a while ago. And I hope that they would be able to so that we get into game 3. But right now, that's going to be one of the things that they need to do. But what do you think about our next game, Infinity? What do you think are some adjustments that they need to do?
Okay, for the adjustments, the first thing that I'm seeing is that 22's confidence is off the charts. It's off the roof.
Definitely.
And
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the game, when it comes to the Rift, if she's capable of going for the steals, mid-game, late-game, going in for those dash smites up against Roy Esports 80s, I think they could pivot themselves into a more late-game champion in the jungle. So I think that could be an option for them.
If she had the Yone or, for example, a Gwen during that time, with the confidence of their smite there, could have been great, right? Because that could have snowballed in their favor. Got got the Drakes in their hands. They were able to get this into the late game, force the Elder Drake. It was enough. If 22 would be able to get the carry role, or at least go for a more carry jungler on their hands, like what you said, yeah, I think that is a good start for them to go for. And also, their champion of choice should be more leaning towards aggressive parts, because the Gragas onto the top lane, I think I really favor the Gragas more as a support, just because even though the Gragas does have damage, does have the wave clear, doesn't give as much value if the Gragas won't be able to tank.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe Yone could be locked in later on, because during the draft it was left open, no one to pick it up. Even at the end of the game, no one was wanting to go for this specific champion. And as we've seen in the recent tournaments, that Yone could be used in the jungle. Right, we could also see like Zed being flexed in their role as well. So there are a lot of these options to be more flexible for these teams.
Honestly, yeah. But I really do favor the Yone a lot, Infinity, because the Yone, especially on other tournaments that we've seen, Yone is pretty strong. Whatever, and also, what's great about the Yone is that whenever you have a Yone, he can go anywhere. He can go basically on 3 lanes or 3 roles, and that's why the Yone, even if it's a first pick, it's still good. And also the Renekton. I was expecting the Renekton to get picked a while ago together with the Garen, just because those are safe laners. Could have been good picks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how that would change. But right now, we are nearing the picks and bans, and we have a lot of predictions, Dash. Are we going to see it though?
Are we going to be seeing... Oh! Wait a second. Infinity, we have an Ezreal.
Right. It is going to be locked in. And on top of all that, Dash, no Gwen, no Yone ban for this initial draft.
And they haven't picked it up, even without the ban, which is why I'm pretty surprised. Because with this could have been a good angle for them to get the Yone Gwen. Or maybe the plan is, Infinity, None would be taking them both. I hope so.
I mean, it could be. I mean, it's left open. Yone could go into the jungle or be mid lane. Gwen could be on top lane, or it could be jungle. So these are still flexible picks, but instead they're pivoting towards Vi. They're going in for more of pickoffs, and they're hovering onto Rakan.
Yeah. What I like about this, though, is that Roy Esports ladies are doubling down with what they did a while ago. If it does work, no need to fix it. Get some late game champions, get the Ziggs, get the Corki, get some form of wave clear, and try to work it out until you get to the later stages of the game. Shyvana has been banned. If they're looking for a champion that does the same thing as Shyvana, the Gwen or the Yone are the right picks here.
Yeah, we'll see though. Roy Esports ladies, they still need tanks. They still need frontliners. There is no option for Shyvana. And instead, with Shyvana being banned away, this could be an option for them. Xin Zhao being hovered.
Pretty surprised that they went in for the Xin Zhao against the Vi. This is the more classic matchup for the Xin Zhao and Vi to play fighting against each other, but the Xin Zhao does have the more aggressive, more early game oriented part here for the side of Roy Esports ladies. So they changed a bit of their composition, but 22 going for the Vi. What I like about the Vi is that the Vi has a lot of wave clear. It's going to be easy for 22 to get whips compared to the Xin Zhao, but the problem here is they have a lot of targets. I hope that 22 won't get bursted down when she goes for cease and desist on the back line.
Yeah, so we'll see though. But a very interesting ban that I'm seeing, Dash, they're removing Brand away from No Name.
They're trying to cut off their AP options, but there's still the Lux available for the side of No Name here, and they even banning the Seraphine because they don't want to get that pick by themselves. So interesting bans here for the side of Roy Esports ladies.
I mean, you could still pick up Karma. You could still pick up Gwen, Kassadin, Diana. These are options when it comes to the AP pool. For No Name, Renekton as well could be open. But Karma removed by No Name means that they're really looking for the targets onto the support potential for Roy Esports ladies.
If they want a mid laner here, could be... I mean, the Corki and the Ziggs are already there. If they need a support, they have an option, which is the Gragas on the side of Roy Esports ladies. If they're gonna be picking that up, that could be a good start here for them. Even if they go for the Nasus, it's okay, because right now this composition of Roy Esports ladies is way better than what they did a while ago. But they can work it out with more CC.
Yeah, and with Zed potentially being hovered though, Yone might be the first time that we're seeing it in this
Please.
series in FSL Water Open 5.
Please. No, we're not gonna be seeing the Yone, but with their composition right here, having the Akali is pretty important to have. Yes, they have the Renekton. Yes, they have the Akali. Renekton is a great counter to the Akali, but what's great about the Akali is that there's 2 backline, make that 3 together with the Yumi. So 20 or rather 18 does have a lot of targets to boot that she can just execute.
I'm loving this so far. We're seeing a Nezreal and No Name, and we're seeing Yumi for Roy Esports ladies. So this draft, a match point already for Roy Esports ladies. Take note, this is the lower bracket. If you lose this, you're gone. And so far, No Name has to put all in this game.
Yeah, pretty surprised here that they went for the Corki Yumi. Yes, they would not have a lot of threat in the bot lane, but if ever this reaches the late game, this Yumi is just gonna go really crazy if sticked with a Shin Zhao or the Renekton, because that would just enable them to engage way better than they're supposed to. So here on the other side, with set expectations, No Name, they need to get the same thing. Mid game should be theirs because they have a lot of mid game power, but the late game could still be on the hands of Roy Esports ladies.
Yeah, I mean, they have Corki, they have Ziggs, they have Yumi. These are all scaling
Yeah.
champions, especially with Yumi going into the late game. There's damage, there's utility, there's heals. So expect a lot of things in this game number 2. And I'm really, really excited, Dash, to see how this would turn out. Is this going to be the end of No Name? Or is there still going to be a game 3?
I hope that there's still a game 3 for both of our teams, because honestly, what they've been performing is pretty great. I just hope that this assassins that they picked up for the side of No Name would be effective against Roy Esports ladies. They don't have a lot of ways to answer just assassins except for a stun from the Ruthless Predator. So that is something that they need to look forward to. Charms need to hit. Perfect executions would need to be perfectly executed, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that No Name needs to get those assassins working.
I mean, if you're looking at the gist of the draft of No Name, right? On top of what you stated, those charms need to connect. But if those connects, you have Sis and Desist to follow up. You have
Right.
Zed.
Easy combo, yeah.
Not Zed, but Ari to, follow up when it comes to damage as well. There is a lot of single targeted CC that they could work around in terms of those team fights. And they could target onto Ziggs. They could target onto Corki, which are going to be the main key players for Roy Esports 80s.
Yeah, this is where the Yumi, the final chapter, and also the Crescent Guard would come into play. And that's what I'm really scared of here for No Name. They need to execute, but they need to be careful on who's around. Because if not, man, they could just be pushed away from what they want to do.
Yeah, and there we go. This series, lower bracket, can Roy Esports ladies change history? And so for Dash, while we're waiting, what's your favorite champion so far in patch 3.5?
At 3.5, I don't know, man. New champions have a soft spot in my heart. And I really love Kayn, especially on League of Legends PC. When Kayn came out, he's like the coolest, most edgy character in the game. And right now, he's here. And also, it's great that he's here in the game because he changes a bit of the things that the junglers need to think about, because there's someone who can pass through walls. So yeah, I think he's my favorite right now. But what about you?
All right. Looking at Aatrox. Aatrox looks like a cool dude.
Remember
with
Worlds?
Darkened
Yeah.
Blade. Yeah.
Remember Worlds? Yeah. Aatrox was the star of the show during Worlds. So I think everybody's excited to use the Aatrox.
Unfortunately, they are banned away though in this game or
Yeah,
in
they
this
can't be
tournament.
played.
So maybe next time we could see it happening. But for now, Roy Esports ladies already got the first blood. We weren't able to see it in 1 minute. And so far, Zanisha has been wrecking havoc when it comes to the damage onto 21 and 23.
Not the best champions to go for an invade. And yes, they do have the charm, but they don't have the damage to follow it up. And that's a big punish onto 22. And giving a kill on a Renekton. Not the best thing to do, because this would be a big disadvantage for 18 on the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. Nisha going to the mid lane though. So there's a lot going on in this game so far. And Roy Esports Mercedes, from what we've talked about a while ago, they're not stopping. They're looking for that win.
Yeah, they want to start this off. And what's really great about this vibe pick right here, Infinity, is that with the vibe of 22.
Ooh, satchel charge knocks up onto 22, has their treat. And so far, there's no trades or there's no conversion of kills for Esports Stadium, but still, the punish is there. Push aside 22, push aside these champions, and get the advantage in lanes.
I forgot that Cat's name. A cat is using the cat, but oh, red entrance.
Yeah, there's so much damage. The exhaust is there onto 20 as well, but you have Ezreal as a very mobile champion, and it's no easy task for them to take that kill.
Not an easy feat to do on the bot side, and remember, 20 doesn't have enough damage until she gets the Manamune to the Sheen. So after she gets that, that is when she racks off against the Corki. But based on Wild Rift, I do believe that Corki and Ezreal are in equal terms and would not have a big kill threat in their lanes. So this is when the Corki benefits so much.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how these champions are able to scale, are able to wreak havoc. And so far what we're seeing is Cat is prioritizing onto the anti-heals up against No Name. They're respecting this potential coming in from Rakan.
Yeah.
And it's just going to look quite scary towards that mid game, late game, wherein everyone has their ultimates ready. Everyone has their first items ready in this game.
Oh, season assist!
Going through, the CC is there, the charm to follow up, the CC chain is flawless, Zanish's in danger, and there you go!
What a
The
crescent
trade,
guard!
the outplay from Ligon as they go for the respawn. They take the kill onto 22, and even then, Zanisha is back to safety.
This is what I'm saying about the Crescent Guard. That's scary. They thought they had the kill anyway. They forced the flash from Zanisha, but it was not enough to finish her. And Ligon had time to go in, and they were able to protect their mid laner. And that is such a big win in the mid lane.
Yeah, and if this continues to go through, remember what we talked about. No Name is looking for a mid game. Roy Esports Ladies is looking for a late game. But I think if Roy Esports Ladies are able to take a lot of these kills, late game is looking like mid game.
That's true. That's true. I really believe that. But Infinity, what I'm scared of though is that if ever Zanisha gets the rabbit instead camp as fast as she could, this would be really hard for No Name, because remember, they're assassins. They need to get close. Once the Mega Inferno Bomb gets popped, and they won't be able to get away, considering that almost all of them are very squishy. Oh man, it's a really scary start for No Name.
Yeah, we'll see though. 15 seconds, Infernal Drake and the Rift Herald will spawn. And Roy Esports Ladies has their eyes on Akali. Look at their placements. They're going in for a Death Rush.
Yeah. They want to wait for Vi, for 22 to go in this Rift Herald, but now they're potentially starting off. They have the vision here in the side of Roy Esports Ladies, so they're not scared that they want to go for a fight here.
Yeah, and even then, it's a good zone coming in from Roy Esports Ladies. They
Nice
shove
package.
away Rakan, Ari, and Ezra in this fight.
Oh,
22
that was
looks to go for
scary.
the steal, looks to go for the contest. Will not be enough though, as that will take it down. Roy Esports Ladies removes the jungle for No Name as they take the Rift Herald. No trades are there. No Name looking for the Infernal Drake. The Mega Inferno Bomb will not secure it. As that will be it. A 1-for-1 trade of objectives.
Could have been scary, but Rift Herald onto the mid lane. This is a big win for Roy Esports Ladies. They won the game a while ago because they took down the mid lane, and I think they're going to be doing it again.
There's just so much map control that you can get. Quickness, but a
Grand
grand entrance
entrance,
zone, triple man knockup coming in as Roy Esports Ladies is in danger, but instead there's just so much sustainability from Yumi, and Nyx just falls.
Great grand entrance from 21. Even if the Yumi was there, it was not enough for them to survive that fight. But again, Roy Esports Ladies took down the mid lane turret, and that is a pretty important point of contention against No Name.
Yeah, and it opens up the map. It gives you a lot of map control, and Roy Esports Ladies once again secures this advantage, similar to game number 1. I've seen this before, Dash.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the second referral, that is when they need to be scared on the side of No Name, because Roy Esports Ladies would be able to open up more of their maps, so they need to contest the next objective there. But right now, looking at the state of the items, I really like what I'm seeing from the side of No Name, because even though they lost that tower, it's not that big of an advantage after the first objective.
Yeah, definitely right. Although, I really like what Renekton did there. She understands that she's on the weak side of the map, and there is no vision on the left quadrant jungle, so she has to play it safe. She has to respect the enemy team. And so far, Renekton was just playing it safe there. She went back, and this is the power that they need. And so far, Roy Esports Ladies is looking for another kill on the opposite side of the map. Now 22 looks to go to respond, but there is no more time. Legan is in danger, though stuck in the middle of two members of No Name.
Nice flash,
and Roy Esports Ladies pivot themselves into another perspective as they take 2-man down.
Liga lock up to the flash just for them to get that extra CC in order to kill 21. And now they got it. They want to take down the bottom lane turret. And that's a big advantage again because they have more space around the map. 4k gold lead at 8 minutes on the clock.
Fantastic plays coming from Roy Esports Ladies. They're going for more of a methodical play here for game number 2. They really want no things to be traded off, no value being taken by No Name, and they have 3k gold lead in 8 minutes into the matchup.
Yeah, 8 minutes into the match, we got lots of kills, 4 kills on the board for Roy Esports Ladies, and they're slowly getting into their item breakpoints. I would like to see, if ever, that this Legon would be able to build up the Divine Slither as fast as they could, and if ever Nyx would be getting the items that they need. I think Essence River is a great item already, but 20 needs to get that second item. If they get the second item, they might have a chance for this next Rift Herald.
Yeah, oh, definitely. We're looking for the Iceborne Gauntlet, now locked in by 20. As you stated, this is important as a power spike for 20 to deal damage, and on top of that, deal CC as well.
Yeah, with the slow, this could potentially be a harder fight for Roy because they have Legon, they have a lot of champions who actually just walk. So this is going to be a big advantage for 20 as long as she hits her mystic shots. So 10 seconds of the clock, they're setting up some vision on the top side of the map. But the problem here is we do have all the ultimates up and we have the package also up. So they have a lot of ways to make space for the team.
This is going to be a 4v4 though. Renekton is nowhere to be found. Ari as well still trying to catch up. But right now, Roy Esports Ladies
nice
is looking at a dangerous spot as No Name go in as they take the Rift Herald away from Roy Esports Ladies into the backside. Akalia looks to go for the engage, but instead she falls down. That's a 2-kill for Roy Esports Ladies as they take it down for the punish up against No Name.
Great steal from 22, but right now they can't steal. Oh, the stun!
Stun onto Ezreal, uses up the flash to go back to safety for 20. Will not secure it, but burns up a huge value summoner spell.
They got what they needed. They got the Rift Herald, and we said it a while ago, Infinity. They need to take the next Rift Herald on the side of No Name because they would get away with a lot of things if they got that Rift Herald again. Because remember, they have the Ziggs under composition, and that makes it easier for them to take down towers. With this, they denied that pressure, and they put the Rift Herald onto the top lane so that it's enough time for it to get to the top side before the Drake.
Yeah, and that's quite clever. As you stated, the Ocean Drake is there. So if Roy Esports Ladies goes for this objective, they are going to potentially lose their tier 1 turret top. So we'll see how this will turn out though. Ocean Drake is now there, and Roy Esports Ladies is now starting.
They're willing to risk it. Ocean Drake now on half HP, and 22 is nowhere in sight. And I think this is going to be an easy Drake for them, but at least they get a tower in the top side.
Yeah, and Renekton is there, pivoting themselves into defending the top lane, losing 1 turret already though. So a huge injection of gold onto 18.
So large charge blade to the Essence River. This is going to be a scary Nyx that we're seeing right now. And Roy Esports Ladies, they're confident after taking this, they would be able to get the advantage here. So right now, what we want to see here is that No Name find some kills. They have some shutdown goals of Roy Esports Ladies. That is something that they need to go for.
Yeah. Although I'm scared. I don't think they're going to be able to pierce through the defenses of Roy Esports Ladies that easily.
Yeah.
3.5k goal lead for Roy Esports, scaling so hard towards the late game, and they have Yumi on top of all that.
Yeah. And what's scary though, Infinity, is that they even have the Crescent Guard and 3 range champ, basically 2 range champions, and that's most of the chunk of their damage. So that's why Roy Esports Ladies are just confident that even if Ligon makes some mistakes, she can still get away with it just because she has the Crescent Guard, and it works pretty effectively. Right now, with a 3k gold lead, No Name is slowly following through with the gold gap.
Yeah. They need to connect those CCs. They need to connect the damage. And now 1v1 into the rift. It's Renekton versus Akali. But Ligon uses up the ultimate. The Crescent Guard is there. The follow-up by No Name makes it so that they're able to put down Ligon.
Our ultimates are down, Infinity, so this could potentially be a chance for Roy Esports to find something off of those resources that were used against Ligon and the Renekton. Right now, they're trying to back away, try to reset up, and actually lick their wounds after that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's overconfidence from Roy Esports Ladies. I think what they're thinking is, you know what, perhaps we have a lot of gold lead, we have a lot of advantage, maybe we could do a 2v2, but instead you have No Name just quickly going in for the full 5-man response, and Roy Esports couldn't do anything out of that.
I just hope that they would have been able to, but with the package already in their hands, Nyx wants to use this to take a kill or take some space around the map. I think the best answer here for Roy Esports Ladies is just to try to take down a tower in the mid lane, just for this package to just for them to work out this package.
Yeah, we'll see though. Because right now there are no objectives aside from the Baron Nashor and Roy Esports Ladies. Once again, this 2-man roam on the jungler and on the Baron Nashor, or well, Baron laner rather. They're really looking for those kills, and I think this is a good combo. It's in Jao Renekton because both of them had single targeted CCs with a knock-up and stuns, but
yeah,
how are they going to apply the CCs up against No Name?
Yeah, that's what we need to think about here though, because especially the Ruthless Predator, they just need to get onto the backline. The biggest target that they can go for is going to be 20. But when they do that, the problem is there's 2 assassins also on the side of No Name. It wouldn't be easy. They can get to the backline pretty easily. So they need to be more defensive. And that's why Roy Esports Ladies haven't been finding any fights, because they know that the assassins could potentially take down their backline anytime that they go for a fight.
Yeah, and in similar manner, No Name is playing quite defensively and playing quite patiently as well. They're looking for the right time. They're looking for the right opportunities, and this might be it. 22 stuck in the middle. Now Grand Entrance, double man knock up. Roy Esports Ladies is in danger, but Yumi with the final chapter roots onto one of these champions. No Name has the lead as they take in charge.
What was that?
What? In the front lines. The charm from 23 makes it so that Roy Esports Ladies is still there, and they get to punish 22. They get to punish 21. It's a lot of members down from No Name.
Oh, the blast cone too. The audacious charge, but oh, bot lane.
Ooh, so much damage coming from Necton.
Yeah, one more Cultimeek might be the end of it though, Infinity. So they need to fight, or at least get away from the bot lane. I think this mid lane is gonna be taken down. Look at that damage from Zunisha.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And this is what we're talking about, right? Before the game 1 has started, before even the series have started, we're looking at Ziggs to be a huge evergreen champion in this patch to deal so much damage. And we're seeing that damage potential in this game too.
Yeah, she's a very big threat. Just because No Name doesn't have any frontline to deal with her. Yes, there's an assassin on their hands, but so far I haven't seen any successful breach of the defenses, especially that Roy Esports Ladies have been going front to back time and time again. But this composition from No Name was supposed to be geared towards a front to back composition, but so far they haven't executed it as well as we expect.
We'll see. Roy Esports Ladies starting the Mountain Dragon, and No Name has information. And they're going to pivot. They're going for the contest. And they're going through to the backside. Final chapter in the back. Going in for the root. As Roy Esports Lady still secure the Mountain Drake. And now 18 has to force out the flash. Going in for the bombs. They secure a Kali. That is already a double kill. And Roy Esports Ladies, time and time again, they punish.
2 for 1. Roy Esports Ladies again getting onto the back line. No Name tried to go for a steal, but they stopped 22 on their tracks. And now they got the Drake that they need. Right now, even with G people, they still need to be careful around here.
Oh, that was so close. Although, pivot themselves opt to back away for Roy Esports Ladies.
Yeah, and with the Hull Breaker onto the Renekton, they can go to the bot lane. I think try to take down a tower. But with that win from that fight, they got an 8k goal lead just because of that. And with the Baron slowly being a meaty target or a candy that they need to go for, just need to set up some waves, set up some vision, and they can start this if they want to.
Now, Dash, what does No Name have to do to make it back in this game? Because so far 3-11 is not a kill standing that you can come back from that easily.
All I can see, Infinity, is that I've been saying it since a while. Like, cease and desist, get to the back line with both of the assassins. 20 and 21 are very self-serving. They can do what they want, and they will survive. As long as they get Zanisha or Nyx, this would be a fight in favor of No Name. Because they're the biggest chunks of damage that they have in Roy Esports Ladies.
Alright, we're looking at Zanisha and Nyx to be the target by No Name. We're looking at 22 and 21 to be able to implement such a strategy for this team. And so far, 21's HP is not looking that great, but 23 into the backside uses up the charm, saves the edge to buy time though. Yumi goes and pivots onto Nyx, but cease and desist onto Zanisha. They take her down in trade for 23 and 21. However, Renekton into the backside goes for the flank. The stun is there. Exhaust to follow through to this engage, but No Name. It's just so much of a disadvantage. They have to go back, and even if they kill Zanisha, they lost 2 members in the process.
Zanisha was able to throw the Mega Inferno bomb and all her skills onto 21 and 23. They weren't expecting that to happen, that amount of damage that she would deal. Even if she's gonna die, she's gonna be taking both of those people down with her. And now that gives them an opening for this.
22 looking to contest, but Vault Breaker back away, not going to pull through as Roy Esports Ladies goes back and retreat.
What's great about that, Infinity, bot lane tower has been taken down because of that. Even with the distraction, they had the info here for No Name, but they didn't get anything out of it.
Yeah, from a few minutes back, we only saw an 8k gold lead coming from Roy Esports Ladies. At this point in time, it's already scaling at the 10k gold lead for this team. And they're on a position of success. They're on a position of winning this series in the lower bracket.
They can win this if they want to, Roy. They just need to make sure that they won't make any big mistakes, because one mistake could be a big shutdown or shutdown golds for the side of No Name. So that is what they're looking for. They need to prowl. They're waiting for that chance for their prey to actually look back. So Roy Esports Ladies, they just need to move forward. Move forward. Their eyes need to be in front, because if not, No Name might be able to swoop in.
What will be the priorities here though? Baron Nashor is alive. Elder Drake will come up on 5 seconds. What do you think, Dash?
Elder Drake is the meatiest objective in the game, Infinity, because you know, the execute just makes it easier for you to win more fights. So that is what they're going to be prioritizing this. For Roy Esports, I think if they don't even prioritize this Baron, it's okay. No Name has a chance though. If they try to take the Baron, they can hold off that Elder Drake buff, but looking at what they're doing, they also want to contest it.
Yeah, I think they don't want to give anything away from Roy Esports Ladies that they've already gotten. It's already so much of a disadvantage for them. So far, we'll see though. The vision game of No Name is exceptional, but Roy Esports Ladies is clearing these wards out, and Elder Drake is being started by Roy Esports Ladies.
No
22
vision.
is just around the corner.
Oh,
well,
22.
They now have it. 3k HP onto the Elder Drake.
Stopping.
23 into front lines. 22 going in for the Vault Breaker.
Stopping.
Readying up the smite is there.
Oh!
Roy Esports Ladies takes the Elder Drake. And now they have the advantage. They're going through and through to take those kills. 22 and 21 is down. 23 to follow up as Roy Esports Ladies go for the execute. They take 4 kills and they're looking to finish the game.
With the Elder Drake, this is going to be the end of the game, and Roy Esports Ladies with the Crescent Guard was a great icing on top of the cake for Legon to take that, but top lane, I think 18 is still not done.
They're holding back, they're holding on, they're looking for that last breath of hope, but Roy Esports Ladies is looking for the Nexus. Shuriken Flip will not connect, and this is GG as Roy Esports Ladies change history up against No Name.
They end the game, and Roy Esports Ladies was able to get a 2-0, a revenge against their adversaries. No Name is gonna fall, and Roy Esports, what a great setup, and what a great game from them.
What a series. But we talked about history. No Name has defeated Roy Esports Ladies 2-0 in the upper bracket, but now in the lower bracket, things are different. Stories have changed and histories have been made. Dash, this is the series that Roy Esports Ladies are looking for. They're looking for that second spot once again in FSL.
We have known that Roy Esports Ladies is a good team by themselves, and right now they just proved that. They lost to No Name before on the upper bracket, but even in the lower bracket, Roy Esports Ladies knew how to adapt, know how to deal with No Name, and with these compositions that they put out, they know how to play around the early game composition that No Names have been doing, and that's why this late game comp tried to stay up to the late game, tried to break their tempo, and they were able to.
Yeah, and No Name was on a ticking time bomb. Roy Esports Ladies scaled pretty well, and that is a literal term because Zanisha. Look at Zanisha's damage, 26,778 so far, the biggest among every single one from her team rather, and their enemy team.
Yeah, I just thought that they would be doing more with the comps. I thought that the assassin composition was a nice touch, honestly, for the side of No Name, but they weren't able to execute Zunisha and Nyx, which are the key targets here for the side of Roy Esports Ladies. And I think I would like to commend Cat too. That's the reason why it was super hard for them to get to the back line.
Yeah, and on top of all that, I also want to commend Legon and Renekton in that fight because those frontliners disabled the potential for No Name to be able to access the backlines, to be accessing Zanisha, these carries of Roy Esports Ladies. And so far, when it comes to the overall composition of Roy Esports Ladies, they have proven themselves to be a strong team in FSL.
Yeah, and going to the backline, Legon also. And also Zanisha. Zanisha performed so well during the past 2 games. And I think she would be a great key for the team here, especially when it comes to those big, what do you call this? Big impact champions like the Ziggs and the Seraphine a while ago.
Yeah, and it's a consistent damage dealer. Game 1 and Game 2, one of the highest damage dealers across the board for all games. And this just states, the power of Zanisha on this team.
Yeah, that's why right now I think Zanisha could potentially just help out the team. And No Name, I mean, still have a chance for the next time, but right now we're going to be moving forward for our bracket Infinity, and we're going to be seeing more of Roy Esports Ladies.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. It's a new adventure. I will surrender. On a new adventure. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric. Can you feel think you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. It's electric, you always get the reaction. It's electric, your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric, no, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. It's electric, need you in the heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark like you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. It's electric, you are the chemical reaction. It's electric, your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric, no, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. It's electric, me and you and your heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. It's a new adventure. I will surrender. On a new adventure. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions.
there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. It's a new adventure. I will surrender. On a new adventure. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind. I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark in
there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure.
Welcome back to episode Wild Rep Open 5, and we're gonna be shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity, and this is gonna be a great game. We have moved up in our brackets, and we're gonna be seeing two different teams for today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the teams are not a joke. These teams are actually stacked, and these teams are amazing to watch. And Dash, I'm excited as you. I'm looking forward for this series.
Yeah, I hope that this series would be an interesting one because we know who's going to be playing. But let's take a look at the bracket and let us see who's going to be, who are we going to be seeing for today. Look at that. We're going to be seeing right there. D35 is still not done with who's going to be fighting against MDH and Sharper Esports. Right now, we're looking at Chasing Dreams and MXH Lotus Ladies for our game for today.
Yeah, and remember, Chasing Dreams draft is the former One Snap Catalyst, and this team has been a consistent top 3 team, and from Wild Rift Open 4 has been the champion, if I believe, in this tournament series. And I'm really excited how this will turn out. Can MXH Lotus Ladies defeat this team?
Yeah, very well-known players too from the side of Chasing Dreams. They are chasing their dreams, and that they said they haven't lost a single game so far, and I'm pretty scared of what they can bring to this tournament. But don't forget, everybody, this event is also powered by Intel and Yahoo. And again, Infinity, I am looking forward to what we're gonna be seeing. I hope we see Yone and Gwen. I've been saying it since a while ago. I want to see a Yone and Gwen getting picked.
I think we could expect a Yone or Gwen for this series, because I think a lot of PH teams have been going in on the meta. We've seen the VCAO in the past. We've seen a lot of these tournaments, and we've seen the top teams in that tournament use these champions, especially one of the top teams there is a Philippine team. So I think we could reflect the meta for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, the Chasing Dreams, especially that they have very well-known players here. Infinity, they do have great players, and I like that they do have a very well-known player from a very well-known team from their side. I hope that she would be playing in this tournament because she is like one of the greatest ADCs that I've seen for the FSL, and I hope even if she's gonna be subbing for a different role, I can see her doing wonders with that on the side of Chasing Dreams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't know what we could do at this point in time, but I am just impatient. I want to see this happen. I want to see it go into game number 1. Like, what will the draft look like? Because as previously seen from the previous series, right, we've seen the Ziggs being banned away, Karma being a priority, Gwen, Yone, Jace. Like, these champions are really strong in patch 3.5. So expect something similar in this series as well.
Yeah, I do hope that we see more of those champions coming out right here, because with what we've seen too, Ashe also gets a lot of priority. I think there's a big ban, and also Riven on the WCAO. So right here on the FSL, I am expecting that they're gonna get priorities too. But here, Infinity, with what we're seeing right now, the Olaf and the Gwen getting banned. Yes, those are the priorities that I want to see. But with this bans, there's a potential Jace or a Karma getting picked for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, and right now, Yone is open. Chasing Dreams is on the first pick. So this could be a lock-in for them. And this draft is stacked. Joyed, as you may all know, is
Rogi.
previously named Yugen and Chabi. And now she's playing for the draft. And the support is
Corki.
Gia. This is a really strong team.
Corki.
And Corki might be locked in.
Yeah, if that is Corki, Joyed's Corki, oh man, this is gonna be crazy. I've seen her play the Corki. She's playing it like she's a mid laner, even if she's down there in the bot lane. But right now, with the Jace, the Karma probably getting picked up, or even the Yone on the side of MXH, it is possible that they can get this priority picks on their side. But Renekton is also up, so I hope that Chasing Dreams would be picking that up.
Yeah, and I think MXH Lotus locking onto Jace and potentially even Karma as well. They're pivoting themselves into a very strong early game towards the mid game to have that snowball potential for this team. And for Chasing Dreams, if they lock in onto Yuumi, they're going for mid game, late game. Also being stated that they have Corki in the same draft as well.
If this is gonna be, I think it's not a priority to take the Yuumi, especially that they have the Karma anyway right now. But with them for the side of Chasing Dreams, if they want the safety of just letting Joyed just have the better time onto the bot lane, that is going to be a good pick. The Corki against the Kaisa, I really favor the Corki here just because of what she can do with this. But the Kha'Zix, I'm not really sure of what the touch is here for Kha'Zix. With the damage that the Kha'Zix could give, I'm pretty scared if they're not going to be drafting something that could help out the Kha'Zix get into the back line.
Yeah, and I think this is a knack of practice champion for Den. Kha'Zix is a really strong champion when you know how to use it. And I think Den is just the perfect person and the perfect player to use this specific champion. As for MXH Lotus ladies though, they lock in onto Vi. They're scared that more jungling champions can be removed by Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, a lot of the jungles right here for Chasing Dreams. Yeah, I mean the Vi is already up, so they can just take down, if ever this Karma is not going to the support, maybe going to Dragon Lane or mid, they could potentially take down a lot of the supports, that the Galio, the Nautilus that always gets picked whenever they have the chance to. But with what we're seeing right now, they're prioritizing taking down most of the top laners, the Baron laners that are pretty strong, or at least could potentially get into their back line.
Yeah, and I think that's just perfect. Why? Vi is the jungle, sure, but Karma and Jace is really flexible. Jace could go top lane, Jace could go mid lane, Karma can go mid lane, Karma can go support. So I think at this point in time, Chasing Dreams is looking at the Baron lane. You have to focus in. And MXH Lotus is just sitting around. They're going in for the chill ride because why? They're going in for the first pick after the second phase ban. So they can lock in onto a Baron laner and put Chasing Dreams on a position of disadvantage on picking up champions.
Yeah. With this, oh, Ari gets picked. But if ever they're going to be picking up the I'm not pretty sure about the Varus, because Rogi could also pick up the Corki here. So it's not really on the hands of Joyed. But if they pick the Yone up on their side, this is a good matchup against a Jason and Ari. Yes, they're going to be losing the early game, but as long as you have the chance to get onto the late game, you might as well take it. So here, they pick up the Seth, not a lot of range. We haven't seen Seth a lot since before because of the nerfs that he has been dealt with. But on the hands of Chasing Dreams, with the amount of CC that and with the amount of damage they already have, they can get away with this.
Oh, a Vex being locked in on this draft is going to be interesting. But Yone, this is what you're looking for, Dash, and it's locked in.
Big chance here for Chasing Dreams with the Yone getting picked up, and with okay, that's a good answer to the Corki Yuumi in the bot lane. This Varus with the Karma, that's a lot of poke potential. I hope that Joyed and also Gia would be able to survive the laning phase at least until the 5-minute mark, because the amount of pressure this gives is just so much.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about a while ago, Dash. You know, the flexibility of Jace and the flexibility of Karma enabled MXH Lotus ladies to pivot their draft into Ari, into Varus. But the problem is that they're lacking on front lines. So Vi would be the only front line or the melee champion that can go and protect onto these squishy targets. Remember, Jace is not really a strong champion late game, so remember these conditions. MXH Lotus ladies need to do something in the early game. Punish Corki, punish Yone not being able to let them scale. And for Chasing Dreams, they're hard scaling. Just let them scale. Play for time, play the patience game.
Yeah, what they like to do here in Chasing Dreams is just get Yone and Corki to the late game. If ever that gets there, I think the members of MXH doesn't have the answer that they can go for. But what I like about the composition though is that they can make sure that whenever Soul Unbound is up for Rogi, they can punish Rogi. Fate Seals is used, they have Cease and Desist, they have Charm, they have Chain of Corruption. That is what they want to go for. If the members of Chasing Dreams wants to go for a dive, what they can do is that they can stop them. At least that's something that they can go for.
Yeah. So MXH Johto ladies, punish early game. Go hard on the early game. You have Jace, you have Varus. So much potential to deal so much damage, to deal so much pokes. And you have to do something into utilization of your ultimates. Right? Because those are going to be key, especially that you have Karma, you have Varus as well, to coincide with each other and do a CC chain.
Yeah. What they want to do is this is a pick composition because versus traditional front to back composition. So those are very different playstyles on their side. But on a pick composition, what you can do is just take off one member. If you take off one member, that is slowly going to be in their favor. So that could potentially be something that they need to look forward to, especially on the earlier stages of our game Infinity, because the dragon fight, or rather the Rift Herald fight, is something that MXH needs to contest just for them to win the first bout against Chasing Dreams.
Oh yeah, yeah. And if ever it comes down, now we're looking at, MXH Totos for the most part on during the off time, but now we're looking at Chasing Dreams as well, right? Because on top of what we talked about Yone, about Corki, like these are strong late game champions, we also have to consider that they also have Yumi in the draft. When you have Yumi on a champion such as Yone and Corki, they're able to just access the front lines or back lines of MXH Lotus in an easy way, in an easy manner. So take note of that, how the support will be playing and switching in on champions consistently for Chasing Dreams all throughout the game.
Yeah. And honestly, Infinity, with what they have on their composition already, what I like about this though is that I hope that they would be able to get themselves on a rather better state on the earlier stages for the side of Chasing Dreams. But MXH, yes, this is almost the same as the last series that we had, Infinity, that they would need to get the early game in their favor, because if ever they won't be able to win that win condition that they have, it would be pretty bad for MXH.
Oh, absolutely. And right now, we're seeing Corki Yumi, a very traditional and standard type of setup here, Dash, wherein you have the traditional ADC and support for both teams in the bottom lane. Because in the past, from what we've observed in patch 3.4 and patch 3.5, in other tournaments as well, you have the support going into the Baron lane as a point wherein you have the ADC just quickly going into level 2, having the advantage of levels, having the advantage of gold. But this is not what we are observing off this game. We're going in for a bit of a standard. So I think what they're doing is to have a huge part of Set and Jace.
Yeah. Oh, starting the fight though. This is gonna be great though, because they have the damage. Huyen was forced back away with a flash. Great take off for them. But looking at Ennis, Rogi does have a great positioning here. She would have the knockoff. She would be forced to flash away here. Ennis, not even using the Mortal Steel, but still able to get the flash out.
Yeah, that's huge value. Like, regardless, no kills, no trades, no objectives from those 2 minutes, but burning 2 flashes, 3 flashes from MXH Lotus ladies states a huge deal for Chasing Dreams. They have removed the potential for this specific team to engage or disengage on fights.
Yeah, 3 flashes are down for Lotus ladies, so this would be a problem for them later on, because if then would get, yeah, there you go, she's level 5. If she goes for a gank after resetting, that is a great time for her, because she doesn't need to look at the flashes.
Yeah. And as for right now, though, MSH Lotus Ladies already level 5 for Jace. And this is what we're talking about, like why we see a lot of these supports roaming around before in the top side. Because if you're soloing a lane, you solo the XP. If you solo the XP, you have a much faster time in reaching level 5, especially on key champions wherein the ultimates are so significant into team fights, into ganking. Those are going to be very important, and this is not what we're seeing right now. They're going in for more of a safety net for their ADCs.
Yeah. Looking at both of our junglers, they started at the same place a while ago, but it's a good thing that looking at Chasing Dreams then is just going onto the top side. This is a great chance for them to go for a fight. They saw potential on the bot lane though. Great timing for Joy to just go in with the Valkyrie because they knew when the skills don't hit, it's a good chance.
Yeah, and I love what I'm seeing. These two bottom laners for Chasing Dreams have so much experience, has so much history, because they played under the name of Grind Sky in the past. They have switched on teams, but they're now back on Chasing Dreams. They're really, really strong, and when it comes to team coordination, these are a perfect combo. So I think we have to expect a lot of things coming from Joyed and No Longer Human on Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, they're a great matchup here for the bot lane. Even though we said a while ago, Infinity, that they're going to be on the losing end, right now they even use the Chain of Corruption, forcing it to the final chapter. This is not what I expected in the bot lane. Just because of the amount of experience that No Longer Human and Joyed has, they are winning a supposedly losing matchup.
Yeah, because Varus is supposedly a champion that could just poke away enemy teams, just clear wave in a very safe position, but that's not what we're seeing. If you're looking at the gold difference, Joyed has 500 gold lead up against Malin ZT. And that's not supposed to happen. In similar manner, the support as well has 500 gold lead. So much of a difference here from both these teams so far.
Yeah. And they were forced to rotate already even without the objectives coming in. But right now, they just need to clear the waves, both of them. Yes, there's not a lot of wave clear on the side of Chasing Dreams, but it's alright. Because as long as they would not let Lotus do the wave clears as easily as they can, it would be pretty great. They are just going to be trading this out, and this is a good measure for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, and so far though, Chasing Dreams is starting the Mountain Drake while MXH Lotus starting the Rift Herald.
Oh, Joyed wants to go right there. Transcendent Embrace has been popped already. They got the Rift Herald, but the amount of damage right there from Joyed. They were forced here with a cease and desist. They were forced back. They would get the kill, but now low on HP and a lot of the members, they got it onto the back line. They got the kill. They got two right there pretty easily, even without losing the Rift Herald. Flash has been used by 10, but I think that's not even needed because they're going to be taking those kills.
Yeah, that is worth it. Even if Joya died, you got 3 members out from that fight. Take the Rift Herald, take it. But we're gonna take Mountain Dragon, we're gonna take 2 kills. And from that, Chasing Dreams got 2k gold lead from one fight alone.
What's great about that, Infinity, though, is that they can get away with this. But even without the Rift Herald, they can just take down Huyen pretty easily onto the top side. And they are just wanting to dominate the lanes.
And right now, this is not what we expected. We already stated MXH Lotus Ladies have to pivot themselves and have to prioritize this early game. But so far, Chasing Dreams is such a dominant team in this early state. And they have a late game power scaling champions. And so far, I think they're going to reach those power spikes in the mid game.
Yeah, they have their items already. These are not item breakpoints, especially for Rogi and Joyed. I think they would need 3 items for them to be very, very relevant, but accelerating that is a big problem. The side of Chasing Dreams, they are confident because they were able to get their first items. That's why they're not even afraid of their matchups.
Absolutely, and just look at the amount of respect that Jace is doing. Buying up the Serpent's Fang. Why? It's a respect onto set. You know, decreasing the amount of shields accumulation that this champion will get. And it also is more of a respect onto Yuumi as well, that could deal those shields, that could deal those heals. So I'm liking it so far, but up to what extent can you just adapt, and adjust?
Yeah.
You can't do that all the time.
This is pretty hard though. Chasing Dreams does have a lot of hybrid damage on their end, and what's hard about that is the itemization against it, and Lotus Ladies don't have a lot of champions that could itemize against them. So that's why right now, even building a lot of damage, this is like a feast or famine type of play for Lotus Ladies. But looking at bottom lane, they want to get in here though. They have the damage fade sealed onto Anis, and she's gonna fall down pretty fast. Season this has been used onto Den. Transcendent Embrace would be able to get the hit, but Lotus, they can still chase down Rogi. The slow from the red buff is just enough to slow down Rogi. They have the knockoff from the Mortal Steel. Look at this. The help is there, and that's gonna be the 2-for-1.
Yeah, amazing response coming in from Joyed, and no longer human, able to take those trades in. It's a 2-for-1 to say the least. So regardless if Den died, so much value has been returned.
Yeah, great value or Chasing Dreams. And now Lotus Ladies, they want to take down the mid lane turret, but they already have Rogi here with his Soul Unbound. But I think they would be able to. 200 HP, Chain of Corruption has been used. The knockup is going to be there, not even using the Soul Unbound, but I think knockup is going to be falling down with the Mortal Steel 2 going in with low HP. She's going to fall, but there's the trade. Another 2-for-1.
Yeah, but that bought enough time for Dan to be able to respond. Just the outplay is insane.
Yeah, and now they even want to get the ace here. They have the ultimates from Jonas, but Nguyen would be flashing away from that just for them to not get anything more with the 6k gold lead.
And once again, another important summoner spell has been burned. Remember from what we've seen a while ago, 3 people did not have summoner spell, and Chasing Dreams just punished that through and through. And right now, the capacity of Chasing Dreams to win this game has exponentially increased. 5k gold lead, 10 pre-kills standing 9 minutes into the matchup, 2 item power spike for the most part for most members of CD.
Whew. 2 items, Blade of the Rune King, Storm Razor on Joyed. Those are great crit pickups for them. And most of the members of Lotus only have 1 item, so they won't be able to fight against them. And that's why they try to find something else around the map. And that's going to be the tower in the bot lane. Transcendent Embrace has been used, but I think this is going to be a good measure for Jones. Going in, all of her teammates are already here. The back is up. They have the package onto the back line. Yes, Jones is going to fall down, but it's okay because Joyen is here to go and try to take the kill. Rogi was able to meet up with Ennis, and Ennis is going to fall 2 together with it. They're going to be going for the cleanup, and that's 3-for-0. Or 3-for-1, sorry.
Absolutely amazing stuff there for Chasing Dreams. Jonas just went in for the patient game. You know what? Take the turret. I'm waiting for the right opportunity. And when Joyed was patting themselves into the bottom lane, he went in for the ultimate. And after that, it bought enough time for Joyed and no longer human to respond. And it's such a wonderful task that we're seeing. The team coordination for Chasing Dreams is spot on.
Yeah, they are building a lot of armor. Magic resist is something that Lotus Ladies need to think about, because remember, Rogi also has magic damage with this champion. But right now, Ocean Drake is up. They want to set up some vision there, but Chasing Dreams is already up there, and they have a lot of wards.
Yeah, although May is here if ever to contest. Are they going to do it though? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a free Drake for the side of Chasing Dreams, taking 2 Drakes of their own, and that's an Ocean Drake too. That's a big pick-off for the side of Chasing Dreams. But Lotus Ladies, right now, with them not being able to answer, and at this point, it would be hard to pick off members here. Rift Herald is just going to be spawned in the mid lane, going to be an easy second-tier turret for them without any answer against Chasing Dreams.
Ooh, so close though. Dan is in danger for an overextension, but Chasing Dreams still holding on, is looking to go for a very aggressive type of play.
Yeah, right now on the bot lane, though, Rogi was able to use the Mortal Steel a while ago, trying to chase down Fade Seal onto the back line, was able to get onto Mail, and another knock-up comes together with it. Gets him the double kill. Once again, in Chain of Corruption has been used, Transcendent Embrace to pull them back, and this might be the tower is going to be able to hit onto Jones, but there's the shield from the Haymaker, and they survive for another day.
Such a crazy lineup, however, Joyed!
Too aggressive for Joyed, and that is why they got the trade, but still, it's an 8k gold lead, Infinity.
Yeah, overextension though from Chasing Dreams. Got punished, MXH Lotus Ladies. But regardless, as you said, it's an 8k gold lead. Who is going to complain? From a while ago, 8 minutes into the matchup, it was only a 5k gold lead. Chasing Dreams consistently balloons up their gold lead, balloons up their advantage. And so far, MXH Lotus Ladies is going to have a more difficult time, is going to have a harder time to make it back. Especially that Chasing Dreams power scales very well in this game. MXH Lotus, on the other hand, Jace gonna fall off. May isn't really the best late game champion.
Varus even. all I can say is that Varus even is not a good late game champion, and I was expecting the Karma of Varus onto the bot lane to dominate that. But Joyed and No Longer Human played that lane so well that even when they see any mistakes, when they see any misses, they dive. And that's how they won against Lotus.
Yeah. Because of a Varus playstyle, right? It's all about that piercing arrow. If piercing arrow does not connect, what can you do? Just wait for the cooldown to just go back up.
Yeah,
However,
right
Ogi-
now, bot lane was able to pull them back. Haymaker has been used already. They have the cease and desist, but Jones was forced to flash away. I think that's a safe play for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, and I guess it's not Rogi, it's Jones.
What? This is pretty
Very
fast,
accurate,
Infinity.
though.
What?
Yeah.
They got it pretty fast. No vision whatsoever. Mortar Steel won't be able to hit, but they forced the flash already onto the Karma, and now they are going to be backing away. Joyed still confident they have the Baron, and that's enough.
And Jones is catching up onto Ngokbe.
Uh-huh. I think
Oh, no way.
Ngokwe is pretty fast. She's just going to fall
Oh, no
here.
way.
And I
Execute?
think that's not a good... Okay, that's great. Execute for her, for Ngokwe.
Okay, so let's talk about that Baron Nashor. I think the fact is, Chasing Dreams has so much gold. They have so
Yeah.
much items built up. And when you have a Corki, that Gatling gun is going to diminish those armors. And having SN3 Storm Razor along with Sarai Charge Blade made it so much easier.
Chain of Corruption onto Den. I think Den is going to be dead here. Stacy to buy some time, though. A lot of the members are now low on HP. They were forced to flash away. Den survives.
GC!
The backline. Joy is taking the ball. And that's going to be it. This duel, it's just crazy. They got 2 people down, and they want to end the game. 1-5 HP. No cease and desist onto Mei. She's just going to fall down here. Joy is so confident that she can take everyone down. And even with the respawn of Chase, are they going to be helpful? They want to take down the third tier turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Inhib turrets going down into the bottom lane as well with the Baron Nashor there. No one can stop Joyen.
Yeah, Valkyrie been used. They still have the flash. That's why
Better.
she's confident that she can fight against them, though. Flash away, and that's gonna be the kill. They got it, and they want more. They got 2 out of that, and they can end the game. Chasing Dreams. What a fast game we've seen, Infinity.
Yeah, an absolutely dominant team in the Rift. Chasing Dreams. It's Chasing Dreams, Dash.
Whew. What a great way to start the day for Chasing Dreams on our second series. Starting off really well. We didn't see any weakness from this team. From the start until the end, they were trading 2-for-1s for 2-for-1s until it became like a 4-for-1 after they got their items.
Yeah, and this is what I'm telling you, Dash. The history, the experience, and the team coordination of Joyed and No Longer Human is insane. The history between these 2 players are so long ago, coming in from the season 0 of League of Legends Wild Rift, coming into season 1 up until today, regardless of the different teams that they're with along the road, they're still there together. And so far, this team is on a win streak. In FSL Wild Rift Open, they won the 3rd iteration, they won the 4th iteration, and I think they're looking for their 5th. For their 3rd,
This
rather.
team is such a great team. Honestly, Infinity, this is basically like a mashup of great players from before. There's like a different mashup from Rogi, from Joyed, and even having No Longer Human. It's like a super team that they built on the side of Chasing Dreams. And that's why with sheer coordination, and even if this is such a young team still, they know how to play with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the importance of League of Legends Wild Rift, right? In pretty much any mobile game at all, is the team coordination. How is your chemistry with each other? How will you play the game? And looking at Yugen or Joyed before, and even Gia or No Longer Human in the bottom lane in the early game, as we keep on reiterating the potential of them. If Varus misses, they're gonna go in for a full end combo, and that just dishes so much damage. And all throughout that match, we've seen it through and through, consistently taking part.
Yeah, and I'd like to see a lot more of that. After we take a short break, everybody, we have been your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity. See you guys in just a bit.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Night me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. It's electric. You are like chemical reaction. It's electric. Your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric. No, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. Need you in your heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FSL Wild Rift Open 5 powered by Intel and Yahoo. And we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. Again, my name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity.
Hello, hello. I'm excited. We're already on match point in this series. Chasing Dreams is on a streak. They have not lost, I believe, in so far. So
Yeah.
it's looking quite scary for MXH.
Yeah, MXH, they just had to be in the same bracket with Chasing Dreams because these ladies are just too strong. This is like, I don't know what I can say. This is like the best players, or rather the strong players on their teams before have been onto one team. It's like a super team that we have right now in the FSL. They're pretty scary because a while ago we have seen them dominate 15 minutes into the game with almost 20k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean the potential of this team. You know what? Even if it's not an early game strong draft, they're gonna make it work in the early game. Even if they're up against an early game draft. So there's just so much thinking, and I think it really is just more of a team coordination type scenario. The history, the experience, the accumulated plays from all of these members. Because remember, we talked about consistently the bottom lane with Gia and Yugen, or no longer human, and Joyed, on having so much of a history. But we have to remember Rogi, Den, and also Jones also have a massive pool of experience. They are former of DR Esports to then go to Choaa, and then one Snap Esports Catalyst to then be a part of Chasing Dreams. So when it comes to history, this team, not just the bottom laners, but every single member has so much knowledge of League of Legends Wild Rift.
They're like a match made in heaven. This team that we have for Chasing Dreams, chasing their own dreams. And right now, Olaf getting the first pick. on the side of Lotus here, not even banning the Jarvan, because we haven't seen Jarvan being relevant in the meta anyway, but the Olaf would be something pretty scary to work around, but Chasing Dreams sticking to their guns.
Absolutely. You have Karma Jace being locked in by Chasing Dreams, denying it away from MXH Lotus Ladies. And for MXH, they're going for Olaf. They're going in for a potential Rakan. So they're denying the CC potential, considering that Chasing Dreams had just so much CCs from game 1.
Yeah, with their game 1, with the amount of CC, with the Rakan, this would pretty much be helpful for Olaf to just get close and deal the damage that he needs to. This is what an Olaf needs. A lot of CC from the team, just for the Olaf to get more of the DPS in after she gets close. That's one of the biggest problems with Olaf. But what an answer here for Chasing Dreams is, if they go for a composition in where they have a lot of damage, that is when they punish Olaf whenever Olaf pushes the Ragnarok.
Absolutely. Although what I'm seeing right now for MXH, they lock in onto the lovers duo, Saya and
that's a
Rakan
good-
in the bottom lane. As for Chasing Dreams though, we're going in for Garen first. We're going for a very flexible first 3 picks. Actually, first 3 picks, because Garen can still go mid lane. Jace can go
Yeah.
mid, top, even bot. Karma can go mid and bottom lane as well. So a lot of flexibility so far for Chasing Dreams, and they can pivot one way or another on their graph for 4th and 5th pick.
They're giving zero info to Lotus Ladies. This is how you should draft. Honestly, rather than picking champions that are pretty easily
Predicted.
placed on their roles, yeah, Chasing Dreams just went in for the flex champions, and I like the Garen answer here to the Olaf, because most of the time Olaf fights with low HP, and that is when the Garen swoops in. So what they need for Chasing Dreams is a jungler that could fight against the Olaf. I think Shyvana, I think it was mentioned by Otulus before, Shyvana and Olaf are good matchups against each other. I know that the Olaf is going to be winning, but the Shyvana could clear the same speed that Olaf does.
All right. So we'll see if that will be the lock-in though for Chasing Dreams, because so far Kaisa will be the priority 4th pick here by Chasing Dreams.
Yeah. Kaisa for Joyed, time and time again, Joyed, even if the champions are not in the meta in the Dragon lane, she's going to be picking all those ADCs and she's going to be playing it well. But against the Lovers duo, this might be a big hinder. I said it a while ago, yeah, it was not a great matchup, but Joyed and No Longer Human was still able to pull through with it.
Yeah, we'll see how this will turn out, because a switch in champions, if you say so, would be observed, with Seth going through for MXH Lotus and Jace for Chasing Dreams. But Twisted Fate, I haven't seen these champion for a very, very long while,
Vex is better. Yeah.
and Vex would be a better pick, as you stated.
But okay. They went in for the Orianna. Orianna? When do we see an Orianna getting picked? But Lotus went with their guts. It went for the Orianna, and that is what I'm saying. That is the problem when you pick that. Because the Zed could easily be picked up. The Jace could easily counter the Orianna. So that's why it's... this is pretty hard. Now Lotus would have a problem, and also Orianna takes a long time to
Zed
ramp
jungle?
up. It could potentially be a Jace or a Zed. This is the beauty of their comp.
Yeah, I'm lost. Chasing Dreams, what do you want to do? Chasing Dreams, what type of scenario do they want
that's
to
better.
portray?
I think Infinity, this is way better. Having the Zed in the mid lane. Zed is one of the best champions to go against an Orianna. And this might be a hard lane for Ennis. But if she's playing a lot of solo queue, this is not a new thing for her. So this might be a mashup that she was expecting. But until we can still say Rogi is so good at this champion that I'm pretty scared of what she can bring to Ennis.
Yeah, and I echo your thoughts there, Dash. I mean, this is such an exciting moment. It's already match point in the upper bracket for Chasing Dreams. And so far, MXH Lotus Ladies have to put all their eggs in this game, because if they lose this, they go into the lower bracket, and Chasing Dreams just go and proceed further into this tournament.
And this is a composition where you're expecting whenever an
Yeah.
Olaf gets picked up, the Garen also comes out together against on the other team, just because of the fact that Garen could execute the Olaf whenever the Ragnarok gets popped and the Olaf gets onto low HP.
Right.
So that is what I'm scared of here for them, because there's a lot of counters that Chasing Dreams have picked against Lotus. I hope Lotus would be able to answer or stick to their guts with this. They have a good base. This is a good front to back composition. They just need to execute it well.
Yeah, so we'll see how that would turn out, because right now it is Vietnam team versus Philippine team, MXH Lotus ladies up against Chasing Dreams on match point in this series, and we have to look out for the main key players. But so far, everyone has been playing superbly. Each and every single role, each and every single member from both teams have been exceptional when it comes to their performance in the Rift.
That is true. That is true. They have been performing pretty well. They knew how to play around their strengths, especially, and they know their champions really great. I just love the facts that. What can I say? I love the fact that they can play around this flex champions right here. So right now they can just use it in their favor right now. But until later on, I hope that the members right here of Lotus, yes, I've been saying it since a while ago, because Chasing Dreams are a pretty scary bunch. They would, and whenever they see weakness, they would just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a winning streak already, and I don't think they're going to stop today.
Yeah, they're not going to be stopping. They are going to be starting a lot. And I hope that this is just going to be a good start here for the side right now of Lotus ladies, at least on the first objective, because it may thus have a great advantage when it comes to the ganking potential.
Yeah, and once again, they're going for more of a traditional type of setup. Chasing Dreams, MXH Lotus, very traditional support ADCs, or well, support ADCs in the bottom lane. But the thing is, Ken is now the ADC of Chasing Dreams. They switched onto Joyed. They switched these two players. So, is this going to change their playstyle? Is this going to change their game? That's the question.
Yeah. And with what we're seeing right now for Lotus ladies, both of their junglers and also on the Chasing Dreams jungle, they are going on on other side. They're going to the top side, going to bot, and maybe try to gank at level 3 onto the mid lane. We haven't seen both of them just playing around the supports, just going to the mid lane, going to the top lane, which is usually the meta right now, because they want to pressure the lanes as fast as possible.
We'll see, as right now, pretty much a very stale game. Everyone's playing very safe. Everyone's playing towards their advantages, because looking at this draft, Chasing Dreams, you're depending on Ken, you're depending on Rogi towards the mid-game, late-game type of setup. And as for MXH Lotus ladies, you're looking at how Olaf will be playing Ennis, the Sion, the Rakan, like how these champions will be able to initiate on those fights and deal damage.
Yeah, would be pretty hard though. With what we're seeing for Chasing Dreams, I hope that this lane matchup for the mid lane, this is what I'm saying. It's hard to fight against a Zed when you're an Orianna, because you don't deal as much damage as the Zed does, and the laning phase is just gonna be easier. But the Olaf is the key here for Lotus ladies. They need to let the Olaf farm, and if the Olaf gets to the mid game, that is when the Olaf gets to dominate. But right now, Deathmark is up already onto Rogi. She can just go and gank onto Ennis.
Yeah, we'll see. And the other point about having a Zed in your lineup is also the ability to split push towards the mid game, late game. If ever you have a strong disadvantage into that game, you have that option. Maybe let's split push, put in pressure on the side lanes, and then therefore MXH Lotus ADs have to pivot themselves into other roles. And what
a shot. Much injustice. I don't know what to say there, Infinity, because that's a great first blood. Because if it's a 1v1 against a Seth and Garen, that's an easy matchup though. But they have to hold to the Transcendent Embrace already onto the bot lane. That's a great exhaust. Killer Instinct was able to pull back with the feather. Oh, right there. They were able to get the feather right there, and they were able to get the kill. And they're gonna be getting a 1-4-0 bot lane.
Yeah, that was so close for a con. But instead, it was Maylin ZT's life who was traded, chasing Dream so far. 2 kills accumulated in 3 minutes into the matchup. So that's a lot of gold, a lot of advantage in individual lanes. In Jones versus Gokday's lineup, again versus Set, it's not going to be a good time for Set. And in for the bottom lane,
Yeah.
Saya's not going to have a great time.
I thought that the couple duo is just better in lane because of the amount of buffs that they get from each other, but because it is a karma together with the aggression from Ken, even with the feather storm to the blade caller, it's still not enough to deal the damage that they need. Now 4 minutes onto the clock, they would be going for the objectives.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think there is still a potential for a better priority with a Cyrocon, with a Lovers Duo, with a bigger range, stuff like that, right? But the thing that happened from that team fight, from that scenario, was that no longer human tethered 2 members, tethered Rakan and Saya. It's a 2-man route. So the follow-up coming in from Ken was just free hit all along. And that just placed MXH Lotus Ladies in a bad position, in a bad spot. And this is what we're talking about, right? The experience, the accumulated knowledge, and also the team coordination of this team is remember, before Joyid came in, one Snap Catalyst, this is Ken and no longer humans, road and feet in the bottom lane.
With the Lotus Ladies starting off pretty badly right now, but with the start, Rift Herald is going to be taken, and it's pretty important to say that May needs to double down on this ganks that she needs to do, because remember, the Olaf really scales badly onto the late game, so they need to make sure that she would be able to snowball this early game advantage. But right now, Deathmark onto the bottom lane, and it's with the Shockwave right there. Flash then was able to flash away from the Shockwave, and 1 HP onto Ennis. One more Shock Blast to end it all, but I think Den could go in, flashing in, and that's going to be the kill onto bot lane.
Rakondo, flash.
Oh, Grand Edges to the quickness. What was that damage? Was able to end it with just that one, and then falls down. At least that was a trade.
Yeah, absolutely nice. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's a jungle traded for a mid laner. And I think Chasing Dreams at that point was going in for an overextension. They're over-committing from that bottom lane. And Ennis just bought enough time staying under the turret, clearing out the waves, so that Chasing Dreams has to stay put for a bit longer and enabled Rakan to go in and support. So I think that's a really nice touch coming in from MXH Lotus Ladies, and you're seeing the difference though.
That damage. Ragnarok, oh, that's going to be a kill, but at least they were able to pull down the Rift Herald onto bot lane for them to take the push.
Yeah. And that is a huge injection of gold onto Orianna and also Rakan. So that will alleviate some of the gold disadvantage, but for now, you have Karma and Kaisa coming in.
Oh, great shockwave though. They were able to defend it. Transcendent Embrace, and Ken is going to be trying to be aggressive, but no, they're not going to be getting anything.
You're right. And it's now a much harder time chasing Dreams. Oh, well, for MXH Lotus Ladies in a similar manner, but we're going to have another fight.
Flight, want to get it. Shock Blast, not going to be able to hit wherever they want to, but Ken taken down. We're able to get the ball close. No longer human. Needs to back away from this. Flash has been used even for Lotus, and that's not going to be needed. They are going to be taking down the tower onto the mid lane. Rogi, pretty aggressive. Feather Storm has been used. Blade Caller, not going to be even needed, but at least they got the kill there. Towers are being taken down all over the map, and this is a great start for Lotus compared to last game.
Yeah, and this is what you talked about a while ago, Dash. Olaf in the mid game would deal so much damage, and the potential of the Ragnarok being utilized is big. And what May did from that latter engage is that they're able to take a kill, they're able to take a turret. So now, instead of a 2k gold disadvantage, they brought it down into even
great
level.
showstopper onto the back line. Jones was able to pop the gargle enchant. Look at this. Dan wants to get more, but nobody is helping her, and she's gonna fall down, and that is what they need. Aggression from Lotus.
What a play coming in from this team. I mean, this is the back and forth that we are looking for. Even level playing field from both these teams right now. 29.3k gold. And that just states a signal that MXH Lotus Ladies is now pivoting themselves. We're now in the mid game. We now have a lot of ultimates that we can utilize into team fights. We have to use it. We have to take this into our advantage. And so far, it's proving the benefit.
The benefit of this for Lotus Ladies is that they can be aggressive. Wuyan has been the key for them to start any fights, and she is always getting a lot of grand entrances to the quicknesses, and she's basically all over the map whenever a fight happens. That is what Chasing Dreams hasn't been expecting, and I hope right now they've already caught wind of that.
May.
Yeah. Does have the Ragnarok, so she would be safe if ever she moves forward here onto the Rift Herald. We do have some seconds left before it happens, but looking at their positioning, Lotus are more than confident to take on a fight against Chasing Dreams. But top side though, Undertow, not gonna be hitting, and at least that's just pushing them back.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now, Rift Herald will spawn, and everyone's on top side, aside from Garen and Seth. So this is gonna be a brawl of 4v4.
Look at this. Ennis will be backing away from the fight, and I like the fact that they have been able to get this. Look at this. Oh, quickness onto the grand entrance. Zen now gonna be the target. Doesn't have the smite. If ever she falls down, she falls. And now that's a chance for the side right here of Lotus Ladies. They're going for more. Rogi now low in HP. They're still chasing down, but May is gonna be the key here. Shockwave won't be able to hit. And that's gonna be the Demotion Justice. The clean up from Chasing Dreams. It's looking pretty great. No longer human falls. But they still have the showstopper right here. Ken is gonna be the target. Oh no, the regeneration from the Rift Herald. This is unfortunate, but they still got it in the end. Ken is being chased down, and Gokbe is gonna be ending this fight. 4 people are down. Jones is gonna be the last here, and she is running away with a decisive strike. Is she gonna be able to though? That's gonna be the Honey Fruit. Was able to get it, but no. Gokbe ending it to get an unofficial ace for Lotus Ladies.
So close. I was scared. But instead, it is still Ngokbe being able to take that kill, being able to take that objective. However, Chasing Dreams got the Rift Herald though, so regardless, even if they lost that fight, they got the objective that they want.
Yeah, got the objective, and they even got the Ocean Drake. They still have some timers on the side of Chasing Dreams, so Lotus Ladies can start this. They will be getting this too, if that's the case. So this is gonna be very, very scary though. They don't have anything, they don't have Den, and that's at least a trait. We're able to get the RH and Chasing Dreams, but at least Lotus Ladies was able to get the drag.
Yeah, and this is the cons of having Jace as your jungler. You cannot have, or you don't have a dash. You don't have an ability to just jump in onto the grinding speed and take that potential for a steal. It's not happening. You only have extra movement speed, and now 3-man roam with Chasing Dreams.
Okay, 3-man roam, they got it, and this is what it's looking like right now. They wanted to get the kill onto Myelin, but the Death Mark was able to get the tick, and Chasing Dreams back away with a kill.
Yeah, fantastic play there from Rogi. 1v1 with Ignite and Deathmark being able to take that kill. And Rift Herald, look at that. They're going in for turrets. They're going in for gold.
Yes, Lotus Ladies, confident they can take this fight. Chasing Dreams though, and moving forward, but looking at that confidence onto the back line. Grand entrance has been used, but Jones still very, very tanky. They're not taking any fights just yet. Lotus Ladies knows that this might be a hard fight, but they can go for damage. This is what's scary about this Infinity, is that Chasing Dreams is moving around the map. Showstopper onto the Shockwave. No longer human is gonna fall. She disappeared into nothingness, and that is a good kill for Lotus Ladies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the ability that MXH Lotus is doing. You know what? The flash, you have the ultimate as well coming in from Seth. This is what we're talking about. The ultimate utilization is going to be very important. Jones, though, catching up.
This, the thing about it is Infinity Chasing Dreams want to take the blue buff. They're taking the risk here, but without any damage, this is going to be pretty scary for Chasing Dreams. 2k gold lead, and I think they are not going to be risking anything just yet. 4 towers are down, so that's why Chasing Dreams are just all over the map.
Yeah, and it is scary now. At this point in time, anyone could win. One mistake can change the whole game. And regardless of Chasing Dream having a 1.5k gold lead, that's actually quite minute when you think about it in 12 minutes and 50 seconds. And so far, the big disadvantage that I'm looking at is Mei Lin ZT is not looking that great when it comes to gold accumulation and when it comes to scaling. 033, 7.9k gold compared to a 9.7k gold onto Ken.
With this though, I like that Chasing Dreams have 3 items already onto Rogi, but I'm scared also of Ngokbe because Ngokbe has been a big threat, especially on the last parts of the fight. Her showstopper and together with the grand entrance is gonna be key for them to win this next fight.
Yeah, it's just the confidence from these ladies. They have, the information. They have the confidence. We can win this, and we can take those fights. And Ngokbe is on the front lines for MXH. They went in consistently having to set up the team into success.
To get success on this next fight, since we're gonna be seeing Infinity. Because with
Olaf.
Lotus ladies right now, Olaf onto the mid lane, but not gonna be fighting just yet. We're seeing a bit of a change on the facing of Lotus ladies. I think it would be hard for Ngokbe to push more forward against Chasing Dreams just because of the amount of towers and pressure that they naturally have. But Lotus ladies can go for a fight, and Chasing Dreams hasn't been giving them vision for them to start to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the respects from both teams. Like, even if Chasing Dreams is on match point already, they still have to respect the potential of MXH Lotus ladies. This team is really strong, and their experience as well is up there along with them. Consistent top 4 or 8 out of each open for FSL. So this is going to be looking quite spicy in this game number 2, and MXH Lotus is not giving up.
MHA, what they have, they would need to start something, because it's slowly going to the point in where May won't really do anything much in this composition because everybody's just going to be moving around. It would be hard for her to get any value. So this is the time that they need to find a fight in order for them to get the Baron. But 20 seconds of the clock, the Mountain Drake is going to be up. So that could also be a chance for them to start a fight because Chasing Dreams needs to go there too.
Yeah, and if MXH Lotus is able to punish Ken, remove her from the map, able mail in ZT to accumulate gold and scale, I think that would be an option for them. Zed though.
Yeah, Zed Mark gonna get to use Living Shadow to back away. But at least they lost the ultimate before the fight happened. Stasis is down. Look at this. May is going to be chasing down on Den. If Den falls here, she flashes away. There's going to be the slow coming in for her. She's going to fall, and there's going to be a chance for Lotus ladies. He got it. Mountain Drake could be taken by them, but the top lane tower might be pretty scary for them to take it.
Yeah, this is what we talked about before. No dash, no jump over the wall when it comes to skill accumulation for Den.
Scary. Oh, that was scary. Almost getting the steal, and Rogi, sorry, is gonna be using the flash, but they got a tower out of that Mountain Drake.
Just right, and MXH Lotus at this point, it is just going into strategy, right? It is more or less common sense. If you remove the jungle or jungler of the enemy team, go for objectives. And Chasing Dreams at that point also had 2 members on top lane. So MXH had a free Drake, had a free objective, and so far, really close matchup, even level playing field. Garen though.
Oh, what? The Mushroom Justice wasn't able to hit. And that was a lot of damage supposedly, but because of the Seraph's Embrace, the amount of shield was enough to mitigate the damage that was expected of Jones. But right now, looking at the call, they have the vision. Chasing Dreams going for the ban.
Yeah, and no information from MXH Lotus ladies. They once had from the river, but we'll see though. Rakan.
Oh, grand entrance. Zen is now low in HP. Look at this. Kane is going to be the target. Ennis was able to pop the stasis. They might be able to take down some members. Myelin is down. They got 2 kills already. Ken is playing this so well. They had the killer instinct even in order for them to get more forward. Look at the Living Shadow. They want to get the kill on that. The Shockwave is not going to matter because Chasing Dreams is chasing the Olaf. And Olaf, by number 5 was able to take down Zen, and they are chasing the members of Chasing Dreams with low HP. The speed ups are going to be enough for them to mitigate the damage. They need to link their wounds. Super 1 for Chasing Dreams.
How turns have tabled here for MXH. They lost Mailin ZT, they lost Tuyen, but in trade, Chasing Dreams has lost their junglers. They cannot start the Baron Nashor. No smite for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, no smite. Can start the Baron, but we don't have the damage just yet. But Myelin might be able to get in here. Might be too late. Still have a chance. Looking at the aggression of Jones, though, she can get away with this because of the amount of armor that she has, and it's looking pretty scary in the future. Deathmark going to be used. Ragnarok has been popped. The Shurikens won't be able to hit, but no longer Ewan wants to go for a chase. They have the hold, force the flash out of Mei. Jones would be here for the Demotion Justice. They lost their jungler, and this could potentially be a start for the Baron.
So it could be a potential because Ken is not there, Den is not there. They still have long way to go. MXH Lotus Ladies is just hovering around on top side. Karma though.
Yeah, Karma wants to go for the hold. They want to start this out. The Ennis does have the shockwave. They're going in. Chasing Dreams wants to go to the back line. The great showstopper on there. And they might be able to get a great haymaker too. But looking at them, they're forcing them back out of the way. They lost Valkyrie. And this could be a chance for them to finish off this members. And this is the kill from Chasing Dreams, ending the lives of Lotus Ladies.
Rogi, I can't believe that. He was just on the backside, removing and zoning away 2 members, and on top of that, they got the 2 kills. And even then, MXH Lotus Ladies was trying to hold on, but they cannot. Chasing Dreams looking to end it.
They can end this game, and Mei is going to be the last one standing. Rogi played that so well, as we said. This is again another death mark, and that's potentially another kill for them though, but they ended the game pretty well. Ennis wasn't even able to pull out the shockwave just because of what you said, Infinity.
It's just an amazing time. Chasing Dreams is chasing dreams. They're looking for the top 1 spot once again, winning up against MXH Lotus Ladies in the upper bracket. And if they win this whole tournament, this would be their 3rd championship title in FSL Water of the Open 5 in a win streak.
Yeah. Great win for Chasing Dreams. But I like the fact that Lotus Ladies was able to put up a fight against them during this game, Infinity, because a while ago, game 1, it was quite hard. But game 2, they were able to put up some action. They were able to pressure Chasing Dreams. And looking at the damage, even with the Orianna pick, Ennis was able to deal a lot. And that was quite scary for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah. And now, MXH Lotus Ladies will go into the lower bracket. And speaking of which, if you could look at the bracket for FSL Water of the Open 5, how is this looking so far?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be looking pretty great for our teams, and I'm excited to see what is gonna be on our next series for our games for today. Because right now we're already slowly going through the last parts of our tournament, and tomorrow we still have some games that we're gonna be streaming, especially the grand finals for Wild Rift Open 5. But right now we're gonna be taking a look at the bracket, maybe later on. But Infinity, any last thoughts about Chasing Dreams and Lotus Ladies?
Chasing Dreams is on the road of becoming the champions once again. As for MXH Lotus Ladies, they're capable of winning up against or being on par of this amazing and dominant team. They just have to pick on what they have to do, because from what happened on that game number 2, it was their carries being punished time and time again. And at some point, Rakan had more gold, had more kills, had more KDA than the ADC themselves. So they have to manage how that would work out.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the meta, they need to also be on par with the meta right now. But with their micro and macro skills, I think they have a chance for the next time of the Wild Rift Open that we're going to be having. But again, everybody, before we head into our last series, we're just going to be taking a short break. We're having your caster for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity. See you guys in just a bit.
you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out. No matter how hard I try, I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FSL Water of Open 5 powered by Intel and Yahoo. And we're again going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity.
I am excited. We're here now on our third series of the day. We're gonna shotcast it, and we're here with D35 up against Sharper Esports, and we are going to cast and observe their second game already. So Dash, I don't know what to expect. This is a new game, it's a new team, it's a new series.
It's surprising, though, that we're going to be in mid-game, or rather mid-series. We're going to be casting the mid-series of D35 and Sharper Esports. We have seen the game a while ago. It was going, or rather, it was happening during our game a while ago. That's why we weren't able to cast the first game. But at least now we're going to be seeing how these teams are pairing up against each other for this second game.
Yeah, and that's the unique thing about it, right? We don't know what to expect because game one already happened. And just D35 won up against Sharper Esports. But that's the sole basis that we are going to have on this specific series on lower bracket round 2. And that makes it so much interesting to observe, so much interesting to see what would be the storyline for both these teams.
Because we're already on to Chasing Dreams being in the upper bracket, waiting for anyone who is going to be fighting against them onto the grand finals. So we're just waiting for all the people onto the lower bracket to be winning their series for us to get into the next game. But right here, we're going to be seeing D35 and Sharper Esports fighting against each other. And I hope they are on the meta as close as what Chasing Dreams are.
We'll see, because Chasing Dreams is on a whole nother level. And yes, we're done watching this series, or we're done watching this team, but they're just so dominant. Like, would this team, or would D35 or would Sharper Esports reflect a similar graph, would reflect similar champions? And I think there are still a lot of factors to consider, because you have to think about who will be the champions that these players are comfortable using. What are the active practice champion pool for these teams? Because every single player has different champions, has different picks. So what will that be reflecting onto SE and D35?
Oh, this is what it is, Infinity. The Vayne to the Lulu. We have seen this before, and we almost always said that this is like the classic bread and butter combo, or not even a combo, duo. The Vayne Lulu is just super safe. That's why this is just gonna be something pretty scary to look forward to. If the Vayne won't be able to get the items that she needs, it would be a big problem, considering also that the Gwen was up. So Sharper Esports just went in, take that Vayne, take that Gwen.
I'm loving it. This is the classic duo laner. We haven't seen Vayne and Lulu for a very, very long time. And when I mean very long time, I meant it. It's such a long time we've seen this duo in the professional setup. And now that we're seeing once again for D35, they should play late game.
Yeah. Because with the 35 having the Vayne, the Lulu, that just gave way for Gwen and Jax to get picked off. That's one of the best counters for an auto attacker. Vayne might have a problem getting close because of the way this champion works, so that is something that they need to traverse here onto the side of D35. But They have a Sion too. I love how experimental this team is right here in Infinity. We haven't seen a Sion in a lot of pro play, but Sion is coming out for D35.
Yeah, and this is really interesting, right? I think what they're doing is to maybe hover in. You have a Lulu already, and you want to have a lot of champions that is capable into, receiving and carrying the team into sponging out the damage. And I think this is also a pivot from D35. They want to go for this type of classic setup with a good front line. Because in a Vayne Lulu setup, considering the mid-range of this ADC, you have to go in a bit of a dangerous position to deal damage. And Sion is going to be relevant into being the shield, per se, of this ADC.
Jax, the Sion, they need someone to go forward. And the Sion is a good matchup, especially against a lot of this O2 attackers, because that is where Sion thrives. And what I like about the Sion, he's like the meat shield, as he said. And he does pack a lot of punch too. So with this for D35, what they need, something else, like a jungler that could get the early game in their favor. And I think the Wukong fills that role pretty okay, because they want to protect the Vayne as much as they can. That's why there's just stacking CC upon CC on this last picks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're lacking onto the potential for the crowd control, the potential for team fights. And yes, you already have Sion, you already have Lulu, but they're still lacking. And Wukong, as you stated, would alleviate that deficit of CC. As for Sharper Esport, though, when they lock in onto this Galio, they have Karma as well in the same draft. So they have so much utility up against D35.
That's a lot of, a lot of dive on the hands of Sharper Esports. So if they pick up the Wukong, and that is what is great about this. They have the Wukong against the Galio, Gwen, and Jax. If ever they dive the back line, they have ways to stop them from doing that. And Ahri is just good just because she's convenient on this composition. Because if ever they lose the damage, the Ahri would be there to swoop in, try to get the core key, and maybe finish up the kills in where Vayne would do the DPS.
Yeah, but here is my thinking, right? Sharper Esports has just so much of AoE CC and has so much team fight potential that T35 cannot go into team fights, especially coming into mid game, late game. Yes, you have Vayne, but still, that's not going to be sufficient enough when you're going in for an all-in. Sharper Esports has Karma, they have Galio, they have Jax. These are all AoE CC champions that are capable of just putting certain champions down, and what they have to target is pretty much just Vayne. If they remove Vayne, it's over for D35.
Yeah, if they lose the Vayne, they lose a chunk of their damage, and that's a big one, because the Vayne is going to be the only damage source that they have here. But looking at Sharper Esports, they have three damage sources on their hands, which is pretty scary to look at. But if we're taking a look at the team that is more of the classic forward to back composition, I think what they have for D35 is good. I just hope that they would be able to follow through with that, just having the front line in front, not letting them get close to the Vayne.
Yeah, so we'll see, because they have a lot of this peel for the Vayne. They have a lot of these champions that are capable of doing so those are going to be some champions and some players that we need to look at, because Vayne is really a straightforward champion when it comes to the process of strategy, right? Vayne, farm, early, mid game, scale really well, late game, she's gonna wreak havoc. She's gonna be super strong. That's pretty much the linearity of this champion. So I think we really just have to look at how Wukong will path himself, or herself rather, into the different parts of the map, how Sion will be able to impact the game overall.
Yeah, Sion would be a pretty important pick here for them, though, because with the unstoppable onslaught, that would be able to slow down, stun up, and the decimating smash. And together with the cyclone, that makes it pretty hard for them to do a lot more with these compositions. So this is gonna be pretty scary for the side right here of Sharper Esports. Yes, they lost one game. This could potentially be the end of it all for D35. So Sharper Esports, they need to be really careful on how they play around this.
So now we're looking at a standard type of positioning. However, Ginny won. It's just this is the disadvantage, right, with Vayne. Vayne is an ADC that doesn't have a long range normal attack. It's mid range. So she has to close in before being able to deal damage, before being able to deal normal attacks. And that is just an opening for Nemonu and Julie Bear to deal damage against the opposing side.
Yeah. And with this, though, for D35, I do hope that they would be able to deal, or rather, they would be able to work out this composition. I think this is much easier to work out for D35. Because right here for Sharper Esports, they need a lot of item breakthroughs. That is what I'm scared of, and it's way scattered compared to what D35 has. If it comes to structure, D35 has the better composition. But Sharper Esports, they can get away if they get this to the
Oh yeah, definitely. Although what I'm thinking is that Sharper Esports, what they could have done is maybe put Julie Bear into the mid lane instead and put Corki into the bottom lane. So they have more of a linear type of setup. They have Karma building onto AP as well, Lunarize building into a carry position. You also have Galio going in for support, but this would work regardless. But just the lacking part of having a Karma Galio bottom lane is the potential to just consistently go all in up against D35, especially with this Vayne.
Yeah. And I think this is not the matchup that I was expecting for Sharper Esports to go for the Karma Galio in the bot lane. Yes, they have the pressure of the Winds of War and also the poke from Karma, but I think it could have been better if this was a Corki. They could arrange this matchup with the Karma. But with this, I think Vayne is safely farming, and this is not good.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, right? This is what we mentioned priorly. They could have switched it up, but regardless, this would be looking okay, and this would not be, game breaking for Sharper Esports in a negative way. So it's not bad. In addition to that, though, Sharper Esports composition heavily relies onto a lot of AP champions: Galio, Karma, Corgi, Gwen. So D35 could build up onto Merc Creds, build up onto these magic resistance, and have huge chunks of damage removed from Sharper Esports.
Even the Jax has a chunk of magic damage too with his ultimate passive. So that is what I'm scared of here for Sharper Esports, because D35 could just easily itemize against them, especially that they have Mira on their team. So she could easily just chunk down a lot of the dismembers and maybe face tank a lot of their magic damage. And that's one of the problems with magic damage, is just one burst. After that one burst, Mira would just survive for maybe 5 seconds for 10 more seconds.
Yeah, it's a monotonic type of scenario of a damage composition for Sharper Esports. But regardless, a very, very stale early game. And this is favoring D35 quite significantly because Ginny won. She has more gold than Karma or Galio.
Yeah.
So that means that she's farming freely, that she's farming really, really well, and the lane is healthy towards D35.
D35 does have the chance here, though. That's the making smash onto the top side, but Mira, she can just going in with an unstoppable onslaught because RP is here with a cyclone. That was a great play from both of them. Mira might fall, but it's okay because that's gonna be a double kill on their side, and that was a perfect bait from Mira.
Yeah, really, really well. And Lunarize just has to respond on top side and clear the waves, because if not, Celine's lane is not going to have prio. Celine's lane is not going to have a great time, so she has to just clear on the waves, push in the wave, have that ability. And it's just a lot of in and outs of both these teams so far in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And now the question is, like Rift Herald and Ocean Drake coming up, I think Sharper Esports would have the better opportunity to take the Rift Herald first and put in pressure against D35 early on.
Crazy that D35s are the ones setting the face up for against Sharper Esports, because Sharper Esports doesn't have enough damage. That's why D35 could just go in for fights whenever they want to, because they're going to be gaining advantage. They're only just looking at Jenny for the late game, and the other members do have some damage against them. And that's why right here, Rift Herald being taken by them.
Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. Sharper Esports is going in for the Ocean Drake to gain more sustainability. D35 going for the Rift Herald. Actually quite surprising considering that D35 wants to go for more of a late game. But still, I think this makes sense in a way that D35 doesn't really have the potential in this early matchup. So Sharper Esports has the lead on the first objective thing.
Yeah, they even want to push already. Transcendent Embrace was able to hit onto 2, but they still need to take down the tower though. But that's going to be it. That's going to be hard. Cyclone onto the back line was able to get the damage that they need. The tower is still there. And I think RP is going to be falling down here because of that tower damage that they got. And still a 1-for-0. Great for Sharper.
That was unfortunate. If D35 could have broke the turret much early on, I think they could have won that fight because the turret was alive for like how many seconds and it was 30
too long.
HP. It was so long. It is not that favorable for D35 overall.
Yeah. They were looking at the tower, and because of that Shield of the Run, they weren't able to take it down, and they were kind of scared of trying to commit under the turret, but they committed anyway. It's a good measured RP. Just went in for it, but look at this. Jinny doesn't have the flash, does have the barrier though. She needs to back away from this. Hero's Entrance has been used too, and she's gonna be killed.
Really, really unfortunate on Genie 1 dying in a very what's the term? What's the term? In a very bad way.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate, I think. Oh, Cyclone. Bot lane, RP not even gonna use it. It's still on cooldown, but they still want to go for a fight here. With the Wild Grove, I think this is gonna be doable for them. Looking at that, Narda going in, was able to get the charm. A lot of damage, but RP still fighting in front. She's in front, rooted, and she might fall down, though she's taking. Oh, the missile barrage wasn't able to hit, and that's gonna be 1-for-1.
Yeah,
oh no, 1-for-0.
Yeah, at the very least, D35 is able to get that trade-off from a while ago up against Genie 1. That's really good. So far, this is surprisingly close. I think at this point in time, I was expecting Sharper Esports to maybe just have a very dominant early game, and D35 later on will have a very dominant late game. But so far, even level playing field for both these teams.
Yeah. Great playing field for D35. That they have been playing this pretty well with the towers are going down. And even the matchup on the top lane though, Mira against Celine, it's looking like Mira is just winning a lot in this matchup just because she took a lot of plays to get rid of Narda. Going front, Hollowed Mist has been popped by Laris, but they're gonna be backing away. Spirit Rush has been used.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate because Narda will have a loss of a mobility skill, a very important mobility skill to say the least, because that will enable Narda to engage later on or disengage. So far, Genie 1 though.
Yeah, we're getting sauce. Hero's Entrance is for them to be pushed back. Great measure for the side of Sharper Esports, but the tower is going to be falling down, which is not good for the side of Sharper because they're losing a lot of these towers.
Yeah, and that's also an injection of gold onto Genie 1. Remember, Genie 1 will be the main key to win and for success of D35. And with that turret down, Genie 1 has just got a lot of gold in the bag for herself rather, is able to now buy Wit's End.
For this D35, I like the fact that they have been playing this game pretty well, even with the composition that I was not expecting this to happen, that with this composition, they're going to be playing well. Their area is just, they picked up the area just for them to have the early game damage for Jamie to accelerate, and it's working pretty well. The problem with Sharper Esports' composition is that most of them need to get to the late game, and that's why right now they're losing a lot of their towers, losing a lot of the objectives.
Yeah, we'll see though. D35 going in for the Rift Herald, but here's my question, and I think that you have a better answer for it. Who's looking at the better state towards the late game? Because you have Vayne into consideration for D35 along with Ludo and Mira. But Sharper Esports, as you stated a while ago, is looking for a late game as well.
Yeah. But I think D35 does have a more geared towards early game to mid game composition compared to them. But looking at this fight though, Infinity Hallowed Mist has been popped to the Cyclone just for them to take the tower. I think that's good. Onto the back line, they got it already. And the Spirit Rush right there from Nardo. Another charm was able to hit though. But looking at the fight at the back line though, they're still surviving. Jinny is just taking down a lot of dismembers, a lot of damage from this Vayne. Just going crazy, exhausted even. But they have been able to take 2-4-0 already. But back to your question, Infinity, my answer is, when it comes to the late game, Sharper Esports has a lot of damage, and it all comes down to how they use it. Because against a front and back composition, it's hard to to make use of your DPS.
Oh yeah, that actually makes sense. Now you talked about it, right? You have Lois onto Gwen, you have Celine onto Jax, you have Lunarize onto Corki, and these are massive damage dealers towards mid to late game. So it's actually making some point. And on top of all that, Jax can counteract the damage of Genie 1 with the counter strike as well.
And that's why it's pretty hard for Genie 1 to be relevant in the late game. But looking at this, Natural Jake has been taken off already. 5 members strong right here. They were able to get the Transcendent Embrace low HP. A lot of the members want growth at the backline. Cyclone gets in, and they have the exhaust onto the members, but they don't have enough damage to take down even the tank. But
Genie
looking
1.
at this, Genie 1 is moving forward. She's the one who's going to be taking this members. Julie Bear is going to fall together with them. Flowers survived for a bit, but she's going to be taken down. They don't have Spirit Rush. Narda might be able to go here, but I think she's pincer. She's going to be taken down. Hallowedness has to use. She has some CC, but she's going to fall 4 for 2 in favor of D35.
Wow, what a play. And even then, you know what, D35 super good setup, being able to take down a lot of these members from Sharper Esports, but then Lois being caught up by D35 was still able to get 1 kill. So that's still a mini kudos onto this junglers for Sharper Esports. However, what I'm scared of is that D35 at the moment is already at a 5k gold lead up against Sharper Esports.
Yeah. And with this, with the gold lead, Infinity, it's looking like their win condition, their Vayne condition is working in their favor. Yes, we made a point in where Celine and Lowis are going to be a threat to the Vayne just because of the Hallowed Miss and the Counter-Strike, but if they're out of cooldowns, Genie 1 could still be a threat to the other members that they have for Sharper Esports.
Oh yeah, and consistently in those team fights, especially the latter part of the team fight, Genie 1 was just able to free hit. No one to contest her, no one to damage, no one to CC. Genie 1 was just going in for the crossbows consistently and even was able to flash in to kill on Lunarize. And I think that is also something that Sharper Esports has to pivot on. They have to target onto Genie 1. They have to CC her to be able to have that advantage when it comes to damage.
Look at the aggression from RP. They even went in Spirit Rush without anything on their front. They put, if that charm was able to hit, could have been a great showing for Narda. But she was still able to get a 1 from that kill.
Yeah, and again, Genie 1, free hit all the time on those team fights. However,
oh no. Infinity, that was unfortunate. Narda didn't have any Spirit Rushes, was able to use the flash, but at least they were able to get the tower in the mid lane.
yeah, Julie Bear catch up though.
Okay. I thought that Needlework would be able to hit, could have been a kill for them, but looking at the bot lane, this is not a good position for Celine. He doesn't have any flashes though, she's gonna be killed pretty easily with the conversion of D35.
That was unfortunately surprising, right? Because Celine knows and has the information that D35 was just from mid lane. However, Galio's still pushing it.
Okay, that was the decoy. And they tried to commit there. It's a good thing they weren't able to get the spells out of that. But D35 wants to go for a reset. They want to get their items. Looking at the items right now, Infinity, 3 items on the Vayne. This is a warning to Sharper Esports.
Yeah, and it's not just about the 3 items, right? Because we're talking about Wit's End and Phantom Dancer. And these 2 items are also defensive items. This is magic resistance that negates Julie Bear, Nominu, Lunarize, Lois this damage, and Phantom Dancer that gives you shield at a low HP state. So a lot of the defensive capabilities makes it so much harder for GD1 to be able to get killed by Sharper Esports.
Yeah, I am surprised that they're itemizing armor against them. But oh, what a great charm. But Hallowed Mist is going to be popped. Could be a great timing for D35 to go for more fights, because without the Hallowed Mist, that's a long cooldown though.
Yeah, definitely. And they have to consider on the vision and the enemy player location, because from a while ago, those things should not happen, where Celine just jumps in onto those players, knowing that D35 was just having a 4-man roam into mid lane and bottom quadrant jungle. And that shouldn't happen, especially at this point in time where D35 already has 7k gold lead in 15 minutes.
Yeah. With this D35, I am really looking forward to how Sharper Esports would be able to get them. 3 items would be the item breaking point for Sharper, because right now D35 just has more items. So if they get the 3rd items for this this carries that they have, that could be a potential chance. Even if it's scattered, if they get to the back line, if they would be able to get to the back line, that could be a chance.
Yeah, we'll see though. Because right now, Genie 1 has bought a Beef Sword, going into an Infinity Edge potential. And if Genie 1 builds it, it's over. I mean, you also have Quicksilver for Genie 1 as well to consistently deal damage and negate those CCs coming in from Sharper.
Colonel Drake is going to be up. And looking at how Sharper Esports is positioned, they are ready for this. They have the Hero Sentence suit together with a package, but it's taking a bit of time. It's pretty fast, and they're going to be taking it pretty easily. Though Transcendent Embrace would be able to hit with the package right now in front of everybody. It's not a good position for Lunarize, but they still have the Cyclone. Looking at the position right there of Genie 1, she's in front of everybody. They're trying to take down all these members without any front line. She flashes away. They lost 2. This might be the chance. Sharper Esports are chasing down D35. They lost a lot, and they don't have any answers for it.
The turn around from Sharper Esports, what a play coming in from them. D35 might have taken the Infernal Drake, but they lost 4 of their members. And that's it. I mean, if Genie 1 doesn't have a frontliner, this is over for the 3-hit ADC.
Yeah, no more towers though, Infinity, so Mira might want to chase them down, but it's a good thing that this tower hasn't been taken down by Sharper Esports. And we said it a while ago. Back to your point, Infinity, this is when they would have the chance. If they don't have Mira, it would be a big problem for T35.
Yeah, because Mira will be their peeler. Mira would be the one who sponges out the damage. And if Genie 1 doesn't have a frontliner from what we've seen a while ago from that team fight, Genie 1 can't do anything because Genie 1 has to go in on a distance before being able to deal damage. She has to close in onto the enemy front lines, and that is a risky play. So that is something that we have to look forward into for D35. Will Mira still consistently split push? Yes, that would be optional for them. But if that consistently happens, Sharper Esports would have the opportunity and an opening to punish on a 4v5.
They want to get this on a 4v5. They need to bait out Mira every time. And they even have the TP up right now for Celine. So Celine would just use this Hull Breaker. And right now at this point, Mira won't hold a candle against this Sion even if she has 4 items. So Sharper Esports could potentially make use of Celine and just let her go for the split push because she has the teleport anyway on this Baron battle. D35 needs to be careful of the vision right now, and they're looking towards it.
Yeah, and just what if Mira just buys a TP? If she wants to consistently split push, if she wants to consistently pressure the side lanes, I think that would be optional for them, and that could be a good thing because Celine also have TPs. And if that happens, D35 will consistently have a disadvantage when it comes to members.
Ooh, too aggressive for Genie 1, but looking at this, Lawis is more aggressive. She was forced to use the Hallowed Mist, even the Ghost, and they can just push out the waves and maybe potentially have a chance here. But looking at this bot lane, we said it a while ago, Celine does have a bigger advantage here because with the counter strike, she has been popped, leave strike together with it. And what is that about the shielding, man? What is that shield? But now Lawis is going to be going here too. I think this could be a chance for them to get the Baron, but they backed away. And no, this is going to be a big problem though. Celine doesn't have the counter strike. Hero's entrance has been used. They use a lot of resources just for this one person. And this might be a chance for Sharper Esports to take the Baron on a 4v5.
Yeah, although the fact is they removed Mira from the table. Remember what we've talked about a while ago, the meat shield is going to be very important. With Mira out of the gate, D35 just has to stall for 30 seconds, not give away for Sharper Esports for the Baron Nashor nor the Elder Drake. And this is such an important key factor. And the thing was, a while ago, Mira was hesitating because there was 4 members from Sharper Esports into the mid lane, so she cannot go into the mid lane, and therefore she is dead. D35 though.
Yeah, great takeoff. They were able to get the kill. Lawis is now in front. Needlework is dealing a lot of damage onto them. Nulner is right there. He's going to be able to take the kill, but Genie 1 is in front of everybody. Exhaust is there. They have the barrier. She survives, but Celine is still at this. She's very strong. She can go in, but Jarisa, just to be careful from here. Condemned has been used. Counter-Strike would be able to follow them up, and Genie 1 is still in a very, very dangerous position. 2-4-3, or rather 2-4-2.
Yeah, it was surprising. Like Mira could have just went straight into Vayne, was able to turn things around because that was a 3v3. It was Jax, it was Gwen, and it was Julie Bear. They have the HP advantage because Jarisa also has the ultimate from that point in time. But Mira still pat themselves into the bottom side, which was not that ideal into the scenario. And I get the point of defending the third, but in those situations, kills are important and defending your teammates are important, and that would be key for D35 in winning. So I'm looking at Mira right now, like what would be the next step for this? Is she now going with a team? Is she now going in for those team fights? What will happen on the objectives now, considering the Baron and Elder Drake is alive?
Yeah, and man, this is looking pretty bad for D35 because they haven't maintain the formation that they need to go for against Sharper. Because if they maintain that for position, because Mira is not always in the fight, and that's going to be a big problem for D35. They need to go for this 5v5 fights. Let Celine go for the split push. It's okay. Maybe get your own teleport just for her to be in the fight herself. Because honestly, at this point, D35 needs a Mira in their fights.
Yeah, we'll see. Because as of right now, everyone playing very safe at this point, which I think would be sufficient because 21 minutes into the game, one team fight can end the game.
Yeah. The death timers are really, really high. So whatever happens, they need to not give any more kills to Sharper Esports. Yes, it's a 5k gold lead, but at this point, it doesn't really matter for the side of Sharper because almost all of them have 4 items anyway. So D35 needs to get that last item in order for them to gain the advantage. Right now, Elder Dragon and the Baron are still up and nobody's trying to take it.
Yeah, I think D35 is building onto items already. If you're looking at how D35 is padding their items, Genie 1 to be more specific, I think the next item would potentially be a GA. And if the GA is there, with Phantom Dancer and Wit's End along with it, it's so hard to kill her.
Number 2. Yeah, chance number 2 is always going to be welcome for D35 having the Guardian Angel for Genie 1. But until now, she might need... Yeah, after she backs away, I think she has the Guardian Angel now. So that's good. Because if ever this happens, Elder Dragon could potentially be started by them.
Yeah, we'll see. Because right now, the better team that has a better lane control, that has a better lane advantage, has a better lane prio, would have a better lead onto those objectives, considering that both these teams no longer has their tier 1 turrets ready.
Yeah. And with the towers, it's 4-5. It's almost as equal as it can get. That's why D35 can't even start it off. They're not feeling the advantage that they had a while ago.
Yeah. Right now, GA already secured by Genie 1. This is what we were looking for a while ago. Ari also locked in onto all of items. And so far, we're nearing that point wherein gold will no longer be of matter, but team fights would be.
Yeah. One more key team fight, as he said, Infinity. One more fight, and it could all end. And it's not going in favor of D35. We've seen it a while ago. We've said it a while ago. The longer this game goes, the more DPS Sharper Esports has. And that's why it's pretty scary for them to even start anything against them right now. D35 was forced to use the Hallowed Missile already, and they had a Transcendent Embrace of the tree! Cyclone! They have this! Ginny is still safe, but they have one down with the Guardian Angel has been popped. Hero's Engine is going to be used. RP still surviving with 1 HP, with a sliver of health, and force back. Elder Drake could be started by Sharper.
They have to reset. Because if they start the Elder Drake, this is going to be a HP disadvantage, especially that Selena is very low. D35 as well. RP is low as well. It's not looking that great for D35. They did not reset.
Yeah. Okay, RP now resetting, going for the recall, but D35 was quite scared of them taking the Elder Drake, because whoever takes the Elder Drake, Infinity, it probably is done. It's probably in their favor already. So that's why D35 doesn't want to let Sharper Esports go for that. And remember, it's going to be pretty fast if Sharper Esports starts it.
Yeah, HP Execute is just so much of value right now. 25 minutes into the matchup of this game number 2 in the series. Remember, D35 is already at match point, 1 win away to win the series.
Yeah, they want to win this as fast as they could, though. This is not good position. Charm has been hit. They have RP in front of everybody. Transcendent Embrace was able to hit on Larda. Spirit Rush They're still up. She does have 2 charges left though. Narda wasn't able to hit the charm. Now she's on low HP. That's a scary position to be in.
Yeah, Sharper Esports now has the advantage. Narda have 0 HP left. They have to reset once more, and this is the battle of wits, the battle of perseverance, and the battle of the mental fortitude that we've consistently talking about in each and every single tournament. Because D35, 25 minutes into the matchup, this is a lot of stress going through on each and every single player.
What they don't need here is for the side of D35 to make any more mistakes. Guardian Angel is out for Genie 1, and they popped the Guardian Angel of Lunar Rise a while ago. That's a 1 win that they had from D35, but Sharper Esports are not going to be just giving this to them. The charm was able to hit though. They still have some cyclones to work with, but it's not enough. Lowis is very, very tanky at this point. At least they popped the needlework already in the Ghost, so D35 has some leeway.
Yeah. And remember, Celine has TP as well. Oh, well, not anymore,
Oh
but
man, that damage.
ever. Woo.
Yeah, and we've said it a while ago. Blade of the Ruin King with the Divine Thunder Infinity, that's a lot of damage onto this tank.
Yeah, absolutely. And no more Flash for Mira as well, so that is a huge summoner spell burned by Celine himself, or herself rather, in the 1v1 on top lane.
They're still at each other's ends. And nobody is taking any risk to Infinity. They don't want to lose this game. That's why even D35 is looking towards victory. That's why they're not letting themselves make any blunders from all their moves.
Yeah, it's just so much risk on getting those objectives because positioning is the king at this late of a game. 27 minutes, that is all that matters. How you would position yourself, how would you go for team fights.
No.
And going in for objectives will put you at a disadvantage.
Yeah, no more damage. They're starting the Elder Drake at this point though. Look at the Sharper Esports. Lowis is starting the Elder Drake by herself without any info from D35. This is gonna be bad. Infinity, they're starting it. They're gonna be ending it at any time soon. D35 caught wind. Maybe it's too late. Let's take a look at the Elder Drake because right now, Lowis is gonna be ending this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no!
This is the winning condition. Sharper Esports. They now have Elder Drake. They have HP Execute up against D35.
We can definitely say that they can just buy time until the Elder buff is down. But if they don't, try to take any risk. Baron can also be taken by Sharper Esports. But right now, looking at their position, they don't have any wards on this part of the map. So this Death Rush might be effective.
Yeah, but Sharper Esports, they will for sure force out fights. Look at Genie 1.
Okay, Genie 1 gonna be the target. Flash has been used already. Look at the backline. Needlework won't be able to hit anyone, but at least they were able to burn some
RP.
flashes from D35. But RP wants to take the inhibitor turret. That's a lot of risk to take for D35.
And that forces out the TP. Look at Lois though, and look at Karma.
Lois gonna go for RP. They want to take him down, and this is gonna be her falling pretty easily. Guardian Angel is popped, and she won't be able to get away from this. She doesn't have any flashes anymore. Transcendent Embrace, but was able to get away
safe.
with a decoy, and the Wild Growth was there for good measure.
Yeah, because if not, the HP Execute will probably go into effect and kill RP. So that's clever move coming from D35, but they've used up 2 key ultimates on Lulu and Wukong.
3 flashes also. Infinity D35, not a good position to be in. Yes, they have the items, but it's looking pretty scary right now. The Sharper Esports with the Elder Drake, it's gonna be hard to fight against them, and we've seen it in action a while ago. D35 was struggling to do anything against them.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, gold at this stage is no longer useful.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
No longer significant rather for both these teams because everyone is going towards the locked on items. So the position is the better importance. The team fight coordination, the players, the ganks, the lane coordination or the lane prio for both these teams are the one that we need to look at.
Yeah. D35 having a big problem. Sharper Esports, they're more confident. I like this from Sharper. They want to get that win that D35 got a while ago for a 1-0. Now they want to get this to a 1-1. And looking at how the items are gonna go, Sharper Esports are more confident that they can deal with this. Stasis also has been bought by Celine. She doesn't want to go to the other side or to the lanes anymore. And Mira might be on a big disadvantage because she just bought this teleport just now.
Yeah, we'll see though. So on cooldown for now, so not going to be an advantage for D35 temporarily while waiting for that cooldown, but looking at their positioning, they're wanting to go for a potential depth rush, but a ward is there. Sharper has information.
Yeah, they want to get in as fast as they could, though. Remember, they had the counter-strike to the hero sentence. They were not going to be taking that pretty easily. RP might be the target here onto the back line. They got one, though. That's going to be big. And now Sharper Esports wants to answer back with the healer work, taking them down. And this is going to be easy for them to do. They don't have the damage. Genie 1 is still surviving. RP is down. It's a 4v5. They got the Guardian Angel down, but D35 lost one member.
Yeah, no more Elder Drake buff though, so they are able to burn this buff from Sharper Esports. Now, even level playing field once more, but RP being gone opens up the opportunity for Sharper to go for Baron.
This game is nerve-wracking, Infinity. 30 minutes on the clock. One mistake could end it all. 20 seconds, RP is down. So they can start this. They even have the package on Lunarize. They can take this Baron pretty easily. That is looking pretty fast.
By
but looking at D35, they want to fight this, so they have the package. Ascended Embrace was able to hit on Genie 1. They're stopping the Baron. They're going onto the target. Teresa going to be the target. They're forced to flash away. They're chasing them down. But at least they were able to stop this Baron from happening.
No TP from RP. She's walking. She's walking.
Oh, RP, no TP. They can walk.
It's fine though.
They
It's fine
can
though.
still go. And I like that T35 is starting this off. They're trying to take matters in their own hands. They want to get the Baron. They don't have the heal work. Lowis doesn't have the ghost. They can start this pretty fast though. Lowis might be able to get the steal here. Halibut is there.
Oh!
They got the Elder Dragon. This might be the chance for T35. They have the status. They're getting onto the backline. They're missing too. And that's going to be big. And they are looking at the backline. Look at Celine. She's in front of everybody. Genie 1 is down. And they don't have enough to fight back. Even with the Elder Dragon, they survived for a bit, but Miro is also going to fall down. 40 seconds of the clock, and that's going to be Sharper Esports wanting to end this game.
They could end. As you stated, Sharper Esports has a 3-man alive up against D35. 30 seconds on the clock. They could definitely end this game.
They want to end this game. Looking at it, Sharper Esports through thick and thin with this composition. Work it out. Even without the front to back, it didn't matter because if you reach this point in the game, this 3-man carry for the Sharper Esports composition, they were able to win it in the end.
And we're going to game 3! What a game, what a series so far. I mean, a lot of expectations on the line from both these teams, but in the end, Sharper Esports prevailed up against D35. You know, the utilities that they have, and Lunarize, Noise, and Celine being there as a damage dealer, like, put them on a pedestal that turned things around.
I thought that Elder Dragon being taken was enough, but Sharper Esports at this point, it's really crazy that every one of them just dealt so much damage. Even the Transcendent Embrace from Judy Bear was enough to mow down the members of D35, getting them to half HP. And Sharper Esports, man, Lowis and Lunarize were just... And even Julie Bear dealt so much damage during the whole game, and it's pretty hard to move for Genie 1 just because this Vayne, Celine and Lowis was picked. This Jax and Gwen was picked to counter the Vayne, and that's why Genie 1 found it hard to get kills by her own.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, the ultimates of Julie Bear was phenomenal. I mean, those were a lot of AoE CCs, how they were able to just go in onto team fights. And this is what we talked about a while ago in the draft, right? When it comes to team fight, Sharper Esports has the edge. These are all AoE CC champions. Julie Bear has the ultimate, has the tether. Galio has the taunt, has the ultimate as well with Hero's Entrance. Lunarize with a package can knock down enemy teams and can also deal a lot of AoE damage. Lois can just go into the front and be safe with the skills that she has. Celine has the counter strike for AoE stun. So there is a lot of utilities that Sharper Esports can utilize up against D35, wherein what they have is Genie 1. They have to go all in for a free hitting ADC, but if that cannot happen, they're not gonna win on those team fights.
Yeah, and I like that Sharper Esports played that long game pretty well. Honestly, Julie Bear is also the most undervalued character in this whole game because Julie Bear, as you said, the Transcendent Embraces were so good together with the Hero's Engines. That's why they can get away with the Jax and even the Gwen just going in against them. And now with this, we have ourselves a series here in Infinity. We're going to game 3 for our next game. But before that, we're just going to be taking a short break. We're having your casters. My name is Dash and I'm here with Infinity. See you guys in just a bit.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Terrorist
there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing.
And welcome back, everybody, to the FSL Wild Rift Open 5, powered by Yahoo and Intel. And again, we're going to be shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity, and we have a game 3 for today.
Yeah, game 3. And that game 2 was a massacre. Like,
Yeah.
it went to 30 minutes. Like, when was the last time we saw a game
Was
that
too
went that
long.
far?
Yeah, it is too long, especially for the composition that we're talking about. It's Sharper Esports having 3 late game carries on their comp, and we've been saying that it will be hard for them to get this 3 item breakpoints for all these champions, but it didn't really matter because they hit the 30-minute mark, and all those 3 champions got their items, and that was pretty scary against D35.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate. It was unfortunate, but either way, we have a game 3 on our hands, and that's a good thing for the broadcast. Like, we see a lot
Yeah.
more games, we see a lot more variety, and we see a lot more of this intense matchups from all these teams. And being that this is a game 3, I don't know what to expect, because looking at that game 2, I think these two teams are quite on an even level playing field.
Yeah. Right now, even banning... Oh, Sharper Esports banning the Vayne even. They don't want to see that Vayne from Genie 1 again. But D35 wants to see more of this Gwen being banned. So Lowis isn't going to be picking that up for the next game. If ever they're going to be picking something else, I think the Kaisa could work well with Genie 1. Unless she's tired of all the tumbling that she did during the last game. I hope they would do something else. Try to adapt from what happened during the last one.
What other champions tumble? Now I'm curious.
Mm,
Probably no one. Right?
Timo?
Oh yeah, Timo. Hey, Timo, Genie. Hey, maybe. No, I'm kidding. course I'm kidding. Who goes Teemo bot
No.
lane?
They're not gonna be picking that. I mean, Ginny is not gonna keep picking that at least. But here, looking at D35, I like the fact that Mirror has been picking a lot of the Scion, because what they want to do with the Scion is just get the tanks again. But the problem there is if you're picking the Scion first, Sharper Esports won't be afraid to pick a late game carry like the Jax that we had a while ago.
I think what would happen here, the third pick for D35 would be Lulu. And then what they could pivot themselves toward is the Kaisa later on for fourth pick or fifth pick. Because at this point in time, Sharper Esports is going for Illusion. They're going in for these, the Karma, the Jax as well. So that could be the option for D35 because if not, Lulu is going to be banned away. They're going to be forced to pick up the Galio or something else later on.
Yeah. With this Lulu,
Oh.
oh man, the Jax that has been picked again. This is really
Seraphine
surprising for me. They have the Lucian, the Jax, and the Karma. We have seen a Seraphine a while ago. Played pretty well. This is a lot of CC from D35. But what are they going to be picking to be their anchor? Who's going to be doing the damage?
Huh, this is really, really interesting. Now they picked up the Seraphine. Are they going for a funnel composition wherein they're going to pick up Seraphine,
Yeah.
they're going to pick up Lulu later on? Or maybe a
I think
Sona?
Lulu's going to be banned.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But they could pivot themselves onto more of the funnel composition. But the question is, who are they going to funnel? Is it Kaisa? Is it Corki? Like, who would that champion be as a carry for D35?
Kaisa is, if they let the Kaisa go away here from the Sharper Esports side, it's okay. Kaisa,
knew
you
it.
can deal with the Kaisa. And the Seraphine, with this, with the Riven getting picked, I think the Kaisa is going to be the support. Or rather, the Seraphine, sorry.
Kaisa
Seraphine's going to
support,
be the
I love
support here. But with that, the Nami. I
Yeah.
think Infinity, they're going for the, yeah, as you said, this is, it's all down to Genie 1 again on the 35 side.
Yeah, I think it's expected, right? Because Lulu was quite a significant player there for D35 a while ago, so I was expecting maybe a Lulu coming into the third pick instead as a priority because Seraphine's not going to be banned away, I don't think. I think that could have been a better option for them, but I think they're waiting for the right opportunity to choose and have options for them
Oh, no.
for this fourth and fifth pick. But for Sharper Esports, locking onto the Braum means that Karma will be their mid laner, with Braum being the support, Lucian as their AD carry.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of calculating what they can go for here, Infinity. Yes, they can go for Corki, but with this composition, I think they can get away with the Jinx. Or yeah, or a Tristana. Someone who has
Tristana.
long range. Yeah, I was thinking about that because with the Seraphine, with the Nami, they can just funnel out this long range champion. When the Tristana that they have, yes, they have the early game power of the Tristana with the rocket jump. And what's great about that is that the late game of Tristana is crazy because nobody could reach her. And she has the longest range in the game at level 15.
Yeah.
So, Sharper Esports, what they need to do here is... Oh, wait. They still have the same. Julie Bear going for the Karma bot lane. I think this is scary, Infinity, because Tristana is hard to deal with.
Don't tell me they're going for a double support bot lane again. And it's interesting. It's interesting because it's now going to be a Lucian Seraphine individual matchup, and Karma up against Tristana. I don't know, but this is going to be an interesting. They made it work in game number 2. Maybe they could make it work once again in this game number 3. But I like what you've mentioned a while ago. The potential for Tristana to be able to scale up in this game is heavily relying towards the late game once again. So Genie 1's playstyle is a late game type of champions. And then on top of all that, Nami would be complementary onto Tristana because of the extra damage, extra movement speed, and stuff like that. And on top of the range that you've mentioned, Rocket Jump would also be significant into snowballing all throughout the fight. One kill, Rocket Jump, CD down. So you could just jump around, get into repositioning every time in a team fight.
And what I can say here, Infinity, I'm scared of the Tristana because we don't usually see a Tristana, right? We don't usually see a Tristana. The Tristana has a lot of siege. That is one of the problems that I'm seeing. It's basically a Ziggs with a lot more damage and a lot more siege potential. They can take a lot of towers too. I forgot that fact a while ago, but that is what's scary about the Tristana. But they can make it work because the power spike of a Tristana is basically like a valley. Early game she's strong, mid game she's gonna fall a bit, then late game she's gonna be strong again. So that mid game could be used by Sharper Esports, and that's where Lucian comes in. Lucian might be the key here for Sharper Esports to win against them.
Yeah, I mean, if they punish Tristana early on and just deal so much of a huge deficit of against D35, that could be their winning condition, as you stated. Looking at the Braum, they have a lot of utilities as well with the Karma. So a lot of expectations on the line here, but I am going to stick with what I've said a while ago. I don't know what to expect in this game number 3 because these two teams look to be like an even level setting when it comes to their power, when it comes to their capacity and capability in the Rift.
We don't usually see a Tristana though. That's why we're not really sure.
We're
what
going
they
back.
can
We're
do
going back with
the
Tristana.
Yeah, we're going back to the past meta during season 0, right? So this is, what can I say, Infinity? All I can say is that I was favoring this matchup until they went in for the bot lane, Julie Bear and Nemo Yu here in the bot lane. This could have been better if Lunar Rise was here, because the Braum Lucian combo in the bot lane, it's easy to take down this bot lane.
Plus, Julie Bear can solo the mid lane, farm, get XP by herself, get to level 5 much more quickly, and able to respond on top lane if ever it comes down into providing more speed onto Jax, providing more speed onto Fiora, providing more utility onto the mid lane, top lane, and if ever, wherever Wukong goes, right? So this is really interesting.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Infinity, because it's way better to neutralize a Seraphine lane than to neutralize a Tristana lane. Because if you neutralize the Seraphine lane with a Karma, it's okay, because Julie Bear is just going to be farming together with the Seraphine. I mean, if they get the farms, it's okay. It's something that they want, but not something that they need. But what they need for Sharper Esports was supposedly to shut down Genie 1, because we know how scary Genie 1 is, especially as an ADC.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a while ago, we've seen the potential of Genie's Vein, right? It's so powerful of what she was able to do. Just the lack of the sponge to peel for herself just disabled her overall. But in fact, right now, you have Nami, you have Seraphine already to funnel through onto Genie 1 with with much more sustainability and with much more CCs rather. This could be a potential for Genie 1 to be able to, punish Sharper.
Yeah, Sharpers, what they want to do right here is to get the early game in their favor, because they have the Lucian and the Lucian in their hands. But what's great about this though is that the late game they have some insurance too. They have the Fiora, they have the Jax again. So it's 2 versus 1 again in the late game, which is pretty scary. But Narda though doesn't even need to use the flash, but that was pretty scary. If Lunarize flashed in, could have been a kill for her.
Oh yeah, definitely. That could have been a kill. But unfortunately, it won't be. And I think that's really good for Narda at the very least, because Narda still has her ultimate. So if ever that root comes in, the Encore will be there. That's what I'm talking about. Forcing out the flash for Lunarize.
Forcing the flash just with the Encore. That is the fight that you need to back away from, especially when Narda has the holds. That is going to be scary. But right now, from what we're seeing, Infinity, so far everything has been very equal. And I hope this moves pretty well for both of our teams.
Yeah, and we're going for trip down memory lane. In game number 2, Julie Bear had one of the most damage for Sharper Esports, and all crowd game number 2 as well compared to D35. So I think, like, regardless, even if we're quite critical onto like the lane positionings for Sharper Esports' draft, we should not be, belittle. We should not belittle how Julie Bear will be able to play this specific champion in the bottom lane, and has also the potential to carry the team on her back.
Yeah. E35 right now with what they do have. They need to get this onto the objective. 4 minutes on the clock, but nobody has been getting a lot of kills, not even for D35. I was expecting Genie 1 to get a bit of kills on the bottom lane, but because Nemo went in for the Braum, it's not easy to just rocket jump in against them. So Sharper Esports are just neutralizing this lane, as we said a while ago, Infinity. So D35 are adjusting, and this might be pretty scary for them in the long run.
Yeah. RP though, hovering on mid lane. That's just a waste of time, I guess. No trades, no gold, no XP has been accumulated from her just staying on the mid lane, and that's the big thing, right? When it comes to jungle padding, when it comes to junglers overall, you have to utilize your time well, and you have to utilize your pads well. Because if you just stay over on a position without doing nothing, and that's just losing time and losing gold, losing experience, not being such efficient. So I think that's also consideration to keep in mind. Generally, not talking about this specific game, but just a general idea overall.
Yeah, 5 seconds of the clock for them to take the referral to the Ocean Drake. Right now for D35, what we're seeing is that this damage from Julie Bear pretty scary with that Luden's Echo being built up. And starting off with the Mori Quick Blades on Ginny. So this, she wants to really siege. And right now, they're trying to start this fight. Infinity, they are going in. They have the dash glacial pressure to push them back. And they have the buster shot to get with it. They were able to stop it out. And that ultimate is not going to work. First blood onto them. And they got the Ripperl 2. And Sharper Esports takes 2 in the grave.
Wow. The tidal wave being cancelled became so significant in that fight. Because if not, that could have a 3-man knock-up for D35 from Jerisa alone. So there's just too much of value for Sharper Esports. They were able to take down the Rift Herald. They were able to take down 2 more kills along with it. And that turned out into a 2k gold lead for them.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing here, the ultimate has been used, Encore has been popped already. Great timing with the riposte from Narda. And now, that is, even the flash has been used by Narda. And with that, D35 gets away with this bot lane. Laris is not here, so this is going to be an easy Ocean Drake take.
Yeah, although Julie Bear is there, Lunarize as well, the ultimates are ready for Karma to use. Now going for the contest, as you've stated, will be an objective takedown for D35, and along with it is a potential tower first blood in the top lane.
Yeah, and with this right now though, I like that we're seeing a lot of potential for this top side though. Look at this though, Nardo was able to get it. She was able to get one more, and Mira, they sacrificed themselves just for them to take the tower.
Yeah, although it's an injection of gold, not that ideal, because it's still a 1k gold lead for Sharper Esports nevertheless.
Now, D35. This is pretty bad. The start of the Sharper Esports is just getting these wins right here, Infinity. I'm not sure about this though, but D35, they need Ginny to be getting stronger as fast as they could.
Yeah, Genie now building into RFC? Is that RFC? Not particularly sure, but building onto more crits would be ideal. I think the third item potential for Genie 1 would be the Infinity Edge. Deal so much damage. So look at Genie 1 later on. The third item would be critical into the power spike of D35 as a whole.
Yeah. For D35, they want to start this off with Hullbreaker onto Mira too. But right now, Infinity, what do you think they can do here for D35? Because right now, Sharper Esports, I said it a while ago, that they need to get... The late game is in their favor because it's basically a 2v1 against Ginny, and they even have Julie Bear when it comes to the damage. So, what can they do? Because right now, they lost that early game advantage, supposedly.
What can they do? I think just play towards late game. I think regardless, even if they have the disadvantage, I think they could still play it out. Because Genie 1 is there. And even if you have Julie Bear in a Karma, in the counterpart for D35, they also have Seraphine. They also have Nami, which are AoE CC champions. They have RP as well with Wukong to go in for the engage. So regardless, I think at that point, they still just have to rely on Genie 1 to scale, to deal damage, and to carry the team.
What's hard about this Infinity is that they have Unbreakable too from Nimanu, so even with the CCs from the Encore and the Tidal Wave, it could easily be eaten by Braum. So Nimanu is the key reason why D35 is struggling with their ultimates.
Yeah, but I mean, that's applicable all throughout the game, right? From early game, mid game, late game. So I think that is out of the proportion, out of the question from this matchup in game number 3. So regardless, I still do believe, I think their heavily reliance on Genie 1 would be so important. But I think what they could have changed from game 2 going into this game number 3 is how Mira will be playing for her team rather than going consistently on the side lanes,
Yeah.
pit pushing. They need to have Mira on those crucial team fights.
Good. Honestly, Celine is... Oh, looking at this, though, they can take this pretty easily, though. That's going to be the repelled on their side. Mira was able to push back a lot of the members. They didn't have
Uncle.
Lowry's there. But, oh, the timing with the tidal wave unbreakable was not breaking for them. And that's going to be the Glacial Fissure used to with the stasis. He does have the flash to get away from this, but a lot of CC has been piled up on their heads. And D35 are taking the mid lane tower to get a win.
And this is what we're talking about. The combo of Narda and Jarisa's ultimate will be crucial. And if Braum is not there to defend and to block it, it is going to be in favor of D35 on those team fights because of this crucial AoE CCs. And with Rift Herald there, they're able to push in 2-tier turrets in the mid lane that opens up the map in their favor.
Mid lane turret is down, and the problem here is Mountain Drake is going to be up in a bit, and Sharper Esports would have no priority at the mid-top part, or rather mid-bot parts of the map, so D35 could use that in their favor. As long as Mira is pushing right now, they can push that wave, try to take the turret, and maybe get more advantage, more vision on this Drake that is coming up. Because looking at this though, Celine is also on the top side.
Yeah, we'll see. Because right now, it's a 4v5. If ever Sharper Esports goes in for a full-on engage, they have to respect the potential for D35. And in similar manner, someone has to go top lane. Because if not, that tier 2 turret is going to go down.
Yeah. This tower is going to go down, and even Narda is going to go down in the mid lane. Stasis has been used. They have some riposte to work with onto Lowis. Oh, the timing's just right with the riposte. They still have some Cyclones though, but they have exhausted a lot of resources just for them to save themselves from that mistake. And now D35 going for the Mountain Drake.
Loi's mechanical play is so good from those fights, consistently countering out the Encore. But now fight,
yeah. Look at this fight. Infinity, they have some holds of the 3 people. The Unbreakable was able to stop the tidal wave onto the Glacial Fissure. Backline has been breached, and they need to flash away. Narda is going to fall here, and they are really fighting still onto the Drake pit. This is going to be bad. Genie 1 takes 1. They have some ultimates to work with, though. So this is going to be bad with Unstoppable Onslaught. Counter-Strike has been used. He has been popped already. Celine is going to fall down, and this might be a chance for Genie 1 to take this on their favor. D35 is not yet done. 3-4-2. They got the advantage, and the Drake win it.
That was so good. I mean, Genie 1 was just re-hitting all throughout that team fight, and that was significant. And yes, you have Jarisa's ultimate being cancelled by Braum, but at that point, it was Narda who triple-man rooted Sharper Esports, and on top of that, you also have Genie 1 free-hitting all throughout that fight, with Jarisa funneling all the utilities onto Genie 1. So just so much of damage, so much of value. And in turn, they got a lot of kills, now putting them at a 1k, 2k gold lead.
Yeah, this is much of a advantage than I expected from D35, honestly. Infinity, man, this is such a game. This is a game that we have right now. And I do hope that D35 is going to follow through with this. They got 2 Drakes already. They haven't had any mistakes during the last 3 minutes, but Sharper Esports, looking at what they're doing, they're also stalling the game Infinity. They want to get to the late game. That's why Celine is always right here onto the side lanes, just trying to put on the pressure. And the problem here is nobody could 1v1 Celine. That is going to be a big problem later on for D35.
Yeah, and allow me to track back a bit. Because Mira was there on a team fight on the Drake, they were able to win. But now D35 going for the Baron Nashor, this is quite risky.
This is too fast though. They don't have the items just yet for them to be starting this. I think Sharper Esports could have a better chance here, but they have the hold. They have the Unbreakable still on Nimonu. They're going to be resetting this Baron. Celine is also here. This is going to be a 5v4, 4k HP. They want to take this down in their favor. The Unbreakable has been popped. I think this Braum is going to fall down off around the tree, and they're going to be taking the ball down with the knockups onto RP, and they are still surviving for so long. Look at this. Sharper Esports are backing away. D35 are chasing them down. Celine wants to be taken down. Counter-Strike. Is that going to be helpful? The loud Buster shot. No, it's not going to be a kill. I thought that could have been it, but everybody survives on both sides, Infinity.
Their eyes caught, but they're not destined to be. Oh my goodness, that was so close. so risky for both these teams. But the shocking part is, no casualties have been done.
I don't know why. Why did it happen? A lot of the members from both sides, they were able to get away even without using the flashes, like Nimonu, Lowers, and even Celine wasn't able to flash away, but it was not needed. But D35, this is a better showing from them. They're using their range. They're using their front to back right now, and that is what's scary for Sharper Esports here.
Yeah, and the CC potential, once again, we're going to reiterate it for D35. Narda and Jerisa will be significant in those team fight, in those plays for D35 to put the tides in their favor. Pun intended, right? Because it's one thing to have ultimates for Narda, it's one thing to have ultimates for Nami, but you also have roots coming in from Narda. You also have RP with Cyclone, with knockouts, with Engage. So it's just too much. And this is what we've seen a parallel version of from the series before, wherein you have Galio, you have Karma, you have Jax. This is similar for D35. You have a lot of AoE CCs to put those team fights at your advantage.
Yeah, Unbreakable could just take so much. Yes, it's there, but it could only take probably one or two of their ultimates. So right now they're using it in here. Concussive Blows has been used though. Encore would be used also onto their side though in order for them to save RP. That's two ultimates down for the side of D35. Sharper Esports, they know what to do unlike that.
Definitely. I mean, saving a man's life is much more important than using up your ultimates, right? So I think in turn is really good for D35. That's an amazing feat, but they have to stall out because Narda's ultimate and RP's ultimate are huge ultimates to not have in team fights.
Whew. Ooh. Right now, the gold lead is not that big, Infinity. We have 1k gold lead on both sides. Sharper Esports is taking the help at this point. So it's almost a 2k gold lead, but at this point, it doesn't really reflect that much on what's happening around. Because right here, D35 does have 2 Drakes, and Sharper Esports needs to contest this. Almost at the 3-item breaking point here for Sharper. So this is going to be very scary for D35. This is basically what happened during Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to 30 minutes, maybe. But maybe not. Maybe not as well.
If ever we head into 30 minutes, I think Sharper has a better chance here, Infinity. Just because of the fact that they have a lot of damage again on their team.
Oh,
But
yeah.
here, looking at this though, Nimonu was able to get the concussive blows and calling has been popped. Glacial pressure is going to be used, but they have the unbreakable onto the
Encore
backline.
three!
RP, great encore on the tree with the Cyclones together with it. They have some down on the side of Sharper. This is going to be good for D35 because they're very healthy at this point. RP is down, but they still have a lot of CC. They're backing away from this fight. And what? Nobody
No
died again,
casualties
Infinity.
again? Yeah, that was crazy. I don't believe it. Am I watching Wild Rift?
I don't know what's happening. Why are they surviving every time? Because every time they can have damage, they can still get away from that fight. Oh man. The dashes from Sharper Esports are letting them get away with it.
This is shocking. This is new. And this is not common in League of Legends Wild Rift. But
Yeah.
regardless, I think at this point in time, there's a lot of pressures on the shoulders of Sharper Esports and ED35 shoulders as well. There is a lot of
Scary.
thinking to do. What do we have to strategize towards? So I think this is really scary. But in that process, Sharper Esports able to take the Inferno Drake is sneaky.
That was important though for them to take the Infernal Drake because we said a while ago they needed they had damage and they needed more, and that's why they were able to get it. So with this, the Infernal Drake will just help them out when it comes down to it. And the later the game goes, Celine would be much more of a threat in the side lanes compared to Mira, even if Mira does have more items than her. Right now, looking at it, they are equal when it comes to gold, and that is a scary position to be in as a tank.
Yeah, but look at this, Dash. Genie 1. How many items?
3.
3 items now. So we have to look at how Genie 1 will play this game Because with IE and Solari Charge Blade along with Novaris,
Yeah.
those damage are gonna hurt.
Yeah. She would have a lot of rocket jumps for sure. That is, and even with the Solari Charge Blade, that increases her value a lot more. But here's the thing. Sharper Esports has the Fiora. If Fiora gets into the back line, that's what's scary. So D35 needs to make sure that nobody gets there. Mira is gonna be key here for them on this Elder Drake fight that we're gonna be having in just a bit. Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 18 seconds, 15 seconds before the Elder Drake comes up. Very important. If D35 takes this, there's a lot of advantage to utilize. In similar manner, Sharper Esports as well, we utilize this very, very good. But we'll see though. TPs are ready for both Mira and Celine as well on the side lanes. But how would this turn out in a team fight?
Yeah. When it comes to team fights, Blade of the Ruin Kings are king when it comes to the objectives. So Sharper Esports has a better hand in taking this pretty fast compared to D35 right now. So what D35 is doing is that they're baiting out the members right here of Sharper to try and take the Drake because they can take it as fast. They need to be careful around this parts of the jungle because just one hit of any CC on D35, it would look pretty bad on them.
Right. They're going for the Elder Drake. No information for
Yeah.
D35.
Oh no, it's the same thing as what happened during game 2. This is gonna be bad for D35. They're starting it already. Look at
Ultimate.
that. They have the tidal wave onto the back line. They got on Encore 2.
Oh!
Together with the bubble, they were able to hit it, but a lot of members are falling right here. Scattered. Sharper Esports don't know where to go, but Genie 1 moves forward. Rocket jump, that's not good. They still have a chance to take this. Lawrence goes in, won't be able to steal it, and they have the Elder Drake. That's gonna be the chance for D35 to end this all, and Lawrence will be able to back away. They want to take the Baron, or they want to end this 3-4-0 for D35.
And this is the disadvantage we're talking about. If you start the objective, if you start a dragon, if you start a Baron Nashor, when you are there, you're using up your skills, you're using up your damage, and your AP is depreciating. And D35 with Narda and Jarisa there, their ultimates are powerful.
That's gonna be the end of it. Lawrence is gonna fall, Lunarize is gonna be next, and they want to end this game. D35 don't want any more long games. And game 3 is theirs to take, and they got the win against Sharper Esports.
What a series on our hands, Dash. What a game that we have just watched. Sharper Esports almost there, but D35 have closed it out for a win in this series.
Wow, what a great showing there. Infinity, this game, I was I was on my toes the whole time, Infinity, because D35 with their composition, yes, they are a front to back composition, but the longer the game goes, Sharper Esports had the advantage. Sharper Esports got away with it during game 2 because the game took too long. But here, D35 made their decisions, one snap, one kill, one objective. That's what they did. And that's why they were able to get the win at 20 minutes.
Yeah, and look at the damage of Narda. 23k. Like, how?
I think Infinity, even our games a while ago, the Seraphine players have been getting a lot of damage just because they're always hitting their skills.
Yeah.
And looking at this though, even though that we hyped up Celine a while ago, because she wasn't in any fights, she wasn't even able to deal any damage. And considering that there's also a lot of CC, she can't even hack back against D35.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I hope for the future to see something like stats for seconds of crowd control done by a specific player.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah.
Because if we have that information, I think Narda would be one of the highest CC dealer for this game number 3.
Yeah, if it's just duration, if you ask me, I think, Sharper Esport, or rather, Narda would have that on her. But there's also a lot of CCs from D35. I think nobody would be down there because everybody of them was helping out when it comes to the TC, the tidal wave, the bubbles, the decimation smash, and even the cyclones from RP are really key for them to defend Genie 1. And even during that Elder Drake fight, it was a pretty hard fight to grasp because Sharper Esports was inside the Dragon's Pit and they were not sure where they're going to be positioning. They got scattered, and that's how D35 went in for the juggler. They went in for the kill there.
Yeah, amazing, amazing stuff. What a day that we've had in Wild Rift Open 5. I mean, this is only day 1. We also have day 2 tomorrow. And I don't know. I feel like tomorrow is going to be a brawl.
Yeah. Let us take a look at the brackets before that, Infinity, because let's see who are going to be fighting against each other here. Oh, okay. We're now seeing D35 and Pikachu fighting each other for the lower round 3. And with this, Roy Esports Ladies has been taken off. That's surprising to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Like, how did this
Pikachu.
happen? And a while ago, before the series has started, before the game 3 have started, we were talking about in our respective channels, like, both the lower bracket round number 2 went to game number 3. And this is
Wow.
like how the power has been exponentially increasing all throughout the tournament so far, that we don't know really what to expect. The drafts are such a variety each and every single time. The
I
items
like
are
that,
there
yeah.
to be adapting. Like, the teams are constantly evolving into each and every single series, and they're improving
Yeah.
quite significantly.
Yeah, they're improving quite well, to be honest, Infinity. And with what we've seen, with the action that we've seen, D35 also and Sharper Esports had 2 fights that nobody died. And that is surprising to me. Honestly, that was the most surprising thing for me for that whole fight for D35 versus Sharper Esports. It's like I'm watching a football game or something. But again, it was such a
Yeah.
great showing for all our teams. I love that they're evolving, upgrading, and also it's the picks are dynamic. That is what I'm very surprised of, and that's what I like about the FSL Wild Rift Open 5. And it's still not done because we still have a lot of things in store for us tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, thank you very much to Intel and Yahoo for powering Wild Rift Open 5. You make this all possible.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Intel and Yahoo. And again, we have been your shoutcasters for today's matches. My name is Dash and I was here with Infinity. See you guys tomorrow for more FSL Wild Rift Open 5 for the grand finals.